rakastan leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet, seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Saavat mun tuohi sydämään, pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykin roihahtaa, tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Ja vaina kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen, pensalla kastoin sen.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Kastoin sen. Sä lykin roihahtaa, tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin satakipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Satakipinää.
Yo. How's everybody doing? Actually, I gotta send out a message real quick, guys. I just thought of that. I just thought of this. I gotta talk to the NSF guys real quick.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Shooting out message. Doing the fish! You're doing the fish. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Oh, look at you, you beautiful bastard. Thank you very much. Hey, I know you like the clickety-clack noise. Don't lie. I love the dynamic you've brought to the NSF family, and I've quickly become a fan of your knowledge and enthusiasm. Oh, dude. Right on. Thank you. Yeah, I try to have fun over there, you know? Try to make it fun. Have a good time. Yeah, okay. Speaking of that, I'm talking to the big boss right now. Sweet. Fish, thank you very much. Yeah, I try to have a good time over there. And I really like commentating on launches with Sawyer. Sawyer and I think we got a good thing going. He's the commentator and I do the color. I'm the color guy for the launches. You know, he's like, "And liftoff." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, look, everything looks good." Like we got a Jim Nance Tony Romo thing going on there. And you know, I make the dumb comments like Tony Romo does. Oh, Sawyer, there it goes. You know, oh, Jim, Jim, he's going to get tackled. You know, like, I think it's cool. I really enjoy it. When did this start? I don't even know. I don't know when the first NSF Live was. Sometime in February or something. Yeah, they, you know, so... Full disclosure, I signed a contract with NSF probably, I think it was in November or October last year. Like, I'm a contractor for them, just like I am for, like Twitch, right? So every time I go and commentate on a launch, I get paid. It's a paid gig, which is pretty sweet, right? I didn't do that much launch commentary because I'll be honest or anything over there for a little while because I wasn't really sure how to balance it with the stream, you know? That's so awesome. Never knew that. Can't wait to tune in. Well, yeah, I didn't know how to balance it with the stream. And then, you know, I was talking with Adrian and Das and a couple of other people and they were like, we want to do a more informal space news thing, right? Give me 1 second. All right, cool. So I wasn't really sure how to balance it. So like, you know, when we would do like a galactic the Galactic 04. I commentated for NSF
Discovery,
on
go
Galactic
at throttle up.
4 and Galactic 5, the Virgin Galactic missions, right? And I did some good commentary for him, and it was super serious. And you know, like, I can be serious, dude. We can be professional. Like, that's not a problem. I prefer not to do that. Like, if, you know, I mean, because, like, Fish, I have, like, this thing, like, if I'm sitting there going, and liftoff of Starlink 614, carrying 23 Starlink satellites. Like, I can do that. I can commentate like that, sure. That's not an issue. But I really get into my element when, you know, I'm sitting here engaging with you guys and having a good time. Like, you know, there's, like, stand-up comedians out there. And, yes, I am a big joke. I'll admit that. There's stand-up comedians out there that you know, interact with their crowd, you know, like, and I like to do that, like, especially if I'm going to be teaching things, right? Like, a teacher that doesn't interact with students is kind of cringe. It's kind of weird, right? You know, like, the way you commentate is great. Yeah, like, I like to have a good time with you guys. Next NSF Friday, you should pull out the 1940s radio voice. Yeah, I mean, I can do that. Like I said, I can do a professional commentary. Like, that's no problem. But we can also do this, you know? We can also talk like this. I don't mind doing that, right? All right, class, open up your books to page 394. Yeah, like, you know, I can describe, you know, supersonic retro propulsion. He said it. I can describe that, you know, like, the engines are creating a thermal barrier curtain to protect against the plasma that's accumulated from air compression on the bottom of the booster as it re-enters from random velocities and angles. Like, we could do that. We could do that. I know what that means. I didn't just make up some words, even though it kind of sounds like it, right? But no. I like to say, this motherfucker comes in there and it shoots fire at freaking plasma and pushes it the frick out of the way. Because that's cool. And it is cool. Like, we don't ride the lightning here. We ride the plasma. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Oh, you know, like, that's much more fun that way. You know, like, but I can switch back and forth. Like, I try to make things simple, but we can get complicated if we want. Like today with Kerbal, we're going to try to get a little complicated with what I want to work on in KSP today. So this might get a little out of control. I might be biting off more than I can chew today, but we'll see. We'll see. I like serious. Yeah, dude. I mean, you know, I can switch back and forth. I think it's all about, and this is a key to like doing good content. Reading your audience. Read the room. Read the mission. You know? Like, if it's a serious launch, very high profile launch, be serious about it. Right? Like, it's all about the vibes, man. You know? No, they make horror movies that start out like that. Yeah, but they make adult movies that start out like that too. You know? That's from Detroit Rock City. You know, you read the room. You have, you know, you can have a good time and be professional at the same time too. But I like having my own style, you know.
Discovery,
yeah, man.
go at throttle
Good
up.
stuff. Oh, Fish gifted a sub to Worst. Right on. I'm trying to resub, but Prime is not an option. I can't find it. Huh. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore, Worst. I mean, that's how, like, I don't like to... And I know that some people, like, my commentary isn't for everybody. I understand that. Some people think I'm a nut job, and that's fine. That's okay. I just love space. Like, it makes me happy, and I think that shows, and I don't try to hide that, you know what I mean? And I'm not going to apologize for it either, you know? I like having a good time, because this is cool, man. There's nothing else like this. It's freaking wild. But then again, I also geek out about subgrades for road grading, you know, like, man, look at that highway. That's an 8-lane highway. That's a bad mother, you know, like, oops. I like what I like, dude. I'm not, like, I don't know. I can't change that, you know. I was going to fly today, but winds are a bit much for just going up to fun. 16 knots, gusting to 28 per the latest METAR. A little bit of no thanks. Headwind, tailwind, or crosswind, Nader? That was me explaining wind shear to all the people worried about the low-level winds at the launch site before IFT3. Yeah, Fish. I was talking to people about that. Actually, one of my moderators is a meteorologist. And I actually get my understanding from him, and he was teaching me about vertical wind shear the other day. That's what they're looking out for. They're looking out for vertical wind shear. So, like, Fish, help me with this explanation because I'm not the best at this. Like, at different altitudes, right, from, the ground all the way up, you can have winds moving at all different speeds, right? And it's not just upper level winds. You can have fast upper level winds. But if, like, 1,000 feet below that, so you have winds up here gusting at like 100 knots, which is just absurd, right? If you have winds below that gusting at 20 and you go from a 20 to 100 knot differential, this kills rockets. This kills the rocket. It's like flying into a brick wall, right? Because you're shock shear loading the rocket. It'll snap it like a twig. That's what you got to worry about. And that's what he was teaching me. And I thought that was really cool. And not many people realize it was a major factor in oh God, Fish, you're the freaking man. Oh, dude, that's what I've trying to tell people that for years. It wasn't the O-rings, it was the wind shear affecting the O-rings. That's the deviant engineering. Oh my gosh, you're the freaking man, dude. I love you. Yes. They had launched with the O-rings, the bad O-rings, and they had SRB blow-by in the past, and it wasn't a problem. When STS-51L launched, there were 2 launch constraint violations. It was too cold and too windy. Oh, you're the man, dude. Right on. That's what I'm trying to tell people that freaking years. And dude, I watch all these damn documentaries. Like J.J. Abrams did a documentary, and they were talking about the engineering. They're like, "Yep, the O-rings were the problem." And I'm sitting there going, didn't even mention wind shear. I'm like, you suck, you jackass. Like, no, he's all right. It's cool, but I never knew it had anything to do with wind shear. Nader, you can see it. I'm telling you, you can physically see the wind shear on Challenger if you go and watch the launch footage. Now, I don't show Challenger or Columbia on here. I won't do that. I don't like profiting off of death. I have a very strict rule about this. I don't show death on the stream, even if it's for engineering purposes. But if you watch the onboard from Challenger, right, you can see the system you can see the shuttle avionics are trying to compensate for the insane wind shear. So you went through a high shearing differential and it started to crack the rear SRB casing off. The back segment of the right SRB does this. And you can see all this footage, even in standard def 80s tracking camera footage. You can see the back SRB starts to bow out because it failed right at the aft SRB attachment point, there's also a bulkhead between segments right there. So when the ring failed, it actually melted the aft SRB mount. So the SRB starts to skitch like this. Not good. And you can actually see Challenger's systems try to compensate for it. You can see the orbiter kind of do this. The stack kind of moves a little bit to the left and a little bit back to the right, and then the tank can only take so much. It wasn't designed to be hit by a bus on the side, But yeah, you can actually see it. No one talks about this. No one. Like, everybody's just like, oh yeah, the O-rings are bad. And I'm like, you're missing a key component. I believe it was the highest wind shear the shuttle ever experienced. Fish, it was the highest wind shear registered on any rocket in launching out of the Eastern testing range ever. It's right there in the Rogers Commission if you go and read it. No one ever bothers to read it, and it's so annoying, dude. I always thought it was the flame bursting out on the bottom of the tank. Well, Jim, yeah, of course. Yeah, but the flames are getting pulled back out of the SRB. You can see them getting pulled into the low pressure pocket below the external tank and the shuttle, or behind the external tank and the shuttles. Like if the tank's right here, shuttle's right here, the flames go out and they get sucked back. It wasn't the flames heating up the tank. It was the SRB turning into the external tank and snapping the interstage mount. Like, it's pretty gruesome stuff, to be honest. Like, it's not good. Basically, the SRB doing this, it bowing out, like what I'm talking about, introduced a torsional load on the external tank. It basically twisted it, and it's a pressure vessel. It's not a slinky. You know what I mean? You're awesome. Being here helps me get out of my own head. I started my own business 3 years ago, and sadly, it has crippled us. I'm going through bankruptcy right now, which is not going as planned, and cannot make an income until it's over. This has been a very tough last 7 months for you. The stream has been a tool to help me get through this. I'm sorry, Worst. I can be your moral support if you want, but yeah, that sucks, man. Dude, as a small business owner, the fear is there. I assure you, it's there. It's scary. It's scary running your own business. It's still scary to this day. I've been doing it for a decade. It's scary, man. But yeah, cheers, dude. I hope everything gets better. Scars make tough. Yep. Scars make us tough. That's right, dude. That's right. I'm with you. I'm very thankful for this experience, dude. You get perspective on the world that you wouldn't otherwise get. You know? Because when I was younger and I was working for somebody else, I didn't, like, dude, I was a stupid kid. I didn't care. I don't care about your business. I just want a paycheck, right? And then you see the other side of that, and I see why bosses were pissed at me about, like, if I showed up 5 minutes late. Like, and keep in mind, this is back when I was like 19 or something. I can see why I got yelled at if I showed up 5 minutes late. I mean, from one perspective, you're like, what's the big deal? It's 5 minutes. No. It's not about the 5 minutes. It's about taking the job seriously. Like, I get that. Now, don't get me wrong. I know someone's going to be like, oh, well, if I'm not getting paid, like, you should look out for you first and foremost, right? But that doesn't mean you're not going to piss somebody off when you do it. You know what I mean? And usually looking out for yourself does piss people off. Like, that's the other thing that I've noticed. But, yeah, like, I definitely take it a lot more seriously now, Like, if you do something, if you're putting your name on something, better make it count. You'll make it? Yeah, there you go. How much time until the SRB separation challenges? 73 seconds. W. The SRB casing failed at ignition. The O-rings failed at ignition, and what happened is it shot flames out the sides. You can actually see it. Once again, I won't show the footage. I'm not doing that. It's not fair to the 7 people that were on board. Scobie, Smith, Onizuka, McNair, McAuliffe, Resnick, Jarvis. Not fair to the Challenger 7. I do not feel comfortable profiting off of that. Especially since Kristen McAuliffe is from Massachusetts. She's a teacher, and she grew up a couple towns over from me. Actually, no, she didn't grow up. She's from New Hampshire, and then she taught at Framingham State. She taught at the university that I know very well. The university was in the same town as the Best Buy that I worked at. It's not far away. I know exactly where that is. I mean, from the time of the explosion. What do you mean, W? Yeah, being put into a leadership role is a very perspective-changing thing. I was thrown into being a supply sergeant at 19. Really makes you think about things different. Dude, it absolutely does. It's something that everybody should experience, man. I think people will be a lot more humble. But, Fish, in the same thing, people don't like being talked down to. People don't like that. They don't want to sit us here. They don't, especially kids. This is what I find. This is how I teach. Like, you don't want to be talked down to. Kids, because they don't. When I was younger, I didn't have the perspective. Like I'm talking about. You don't have the perspective because that doesn't exist to you. You don't know what that means, right? So even if, like, when somebody's younger and you say, well, you should do this because if you go and you fail, that's stupid. You shouldn't do that. Kids see that doesn't mean anything to them. They don't know what it's like to fail. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know what failure looks like. And then I failed at, dude, I got fired from working at Staples. I got fired from working at Staples because I called my manager a fucking moron to her face. Like, what does that solve? They instantly like canned me on the spot. Like, this is like, walk out. You have 2 weeks of vacation. Put in your 2 weeks notice now. Get the frick out. Like, it happens, But I didn't have that perspective. I don't know, when I was, that was a long time ago. That's when I was like 22 or 23. Like, this is right when I started streaming. Like, you don't have that perspective. You don't. And even if you tell people, like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. They don't understand. They don't know what it's like to fail. I got fired. I didn't even feel like I failed at anything. I'm like, no, it's their fault. Like, okay, it's their fault. You don't have a paycheck anymore. Whose fault is it now? You know what I mean? And that's not to say, it doesn't go both ways, right? Like, I understand that, but, even if, dude, people have told me, like, you shouldn't treat your boss like that, and I'm just, even at the time, I was like, nah, screw them, like. Was she in fact a moron? Well, as I recall correctly at the time, the reason why I called management stupid to their face, Hellfish, was because their business practices were going to wind up bankrupting the company. And then the company went bankrupt a couple years later and got taken private. Yep. Yeah, like what happened to Astra. Same thing. Yeah, go look it up. Yeah, I was like, you guys are going to go bankrupt if you keep trying to... So I worked in the copy and print center, like making copies of stuff. I go, you guys, you're going to go bankrupt selling stuff this way. It's not 1987, all right? It's at the time, it was 2011. You're not going to... It's not going to work. You can't keep telling people that they need to come back a day later for 5 color copies. We will fail. And they didn't like hearing that for some reason. The lessons I learned from that is that being candid with people sometimes pisses them off. But also at the same time, it's probably not their decision to make these things either. And that's the perspective that I was missing. The manager's just there to do what they're told. Like, I get that, But no cavalierness, no, like... they for people that were so obsessed with growing the business, they were just really, annoying. And that's what I did. Like, people would come in. Standard operating procedure at the time is that people would come in if their job was too big, right? We would either say, go do it yourself on our self-service machines, in which case they don't know how to use a copy machine. Who the hell knows how to do that? Do you? I know how to use a copy machine because I work there, right? So if I sent them to self-service, after 30 seconds, they would just be like, I don't know how to do this. Can you help me? And you know what I would do? Standard operating procedure was to say no. I said, yeah, sure, absolutely. And I taught people how to use the damn copy machine. And guess what? That made repeat business. People would come back. They would come back and use the self-copy machines because they knew how to do it. They wouldn't even bother me anymore. They'd just come in, hey, EJ, I'm just making 20 copies today. All right, cool, Bob. I'll see you later. Done. Right? And there would be like architects and stuff that would come in, right? And the architects would need blueprint copies, right? That's wide format copy, like copies of architectural blueprints. I actually ended up talking with one of those guys for a long time, building up repertoire, right? With the guy, because I like architectural stuff. Like, that's just what I like. The guy was working on a rental car place in Boston or something, right? Part of the Big Dig, the rental car place at Logan Airport. And I built up a repertoire with this guy. And one day he came in a pinch, right? And he's like, hey, EJ, I need 5 copies of this of these blueprint stacks. Like, it's a 20 blueprint stack, because he was working on irrigation. And that's, dude, part of that is why I know so much about drainage and stuff, because I would talk with all the contractors that came into the print center. How does that irrigation work? Like drainage pitch, grading roads, subgrades. That's where I learned all of it, from making copies of blueprints of freaking roads and buildings, right? So, guy came in a pinch. He's like, I need 5 copies, dude. I need him today. Can you help me? And I'm like, yeah, sure, man. So I went, And I started making the blueprints, and they got pissed. They were pissed. The manager came out and said, hey, you got to come back tomorrow. We can't do this right now. He's like, I understand that it usually takes time, but I'm in a pinch. And they said, come back tomorrow. Guy didn't have the blueprints. Didn't come back after that. So I caused a lot of friction inadvertently because, you know, I didn't follow the rules. I caused a lot of friction, and they ended up canning me because of it. But, like I said, going back to what I was saying, I didn't have their perspective. Do I still agree with their perspective? Do I agree? No, but I understand that, you know, there's lines you don't cross. Forgive me if this is an obvious thing, but why would it be standard procedure to not show people how the self-service worked? Dino, because they always wanted somebody manning the desk, manning the front desk at the copy center. So they wanted me to be a secretary, but they also wanted me to be customer service at the same time. Because they were trying to drive bigger jobs or something. Like they wanted to focus on people that needed to make like packets, right? But they wanted to do that, but they were failing to understand that no one's going to come into a copy center that they don't know and say, I need 100 collated, double-sided letter, you know, packets. You know, like no one's going to come and do that, like out of the blue. You got to talk to people. You got to go out there. You got to talk to them. You got to figure out what they need. And part of that is given a little bit, teaching them how to use a copy machine. You know, you got a lot of papers to make there. You know, I could get this done, you know, like by tomorrow if you want. But I noticed that most of the time, right? They would say, no, this needs to get done now. So I recognized that on-demand service was needed, and their business model was not suited for on-demand service. But that's where the money was. That's where the business was. So I had a lot of friction with my boss. Yeah, I had a lot of friction. You worked at Best Buy circa 2005. Didn't sell service plan to a guy wanting a camera ASAP as his wife was in labor. Got him a camera SD card and sent him on his way. Got yelled at, but I didn't care. A week later, he came in and asked for me specifically and then spent like $5,000. You got to build up repertoire with your customers, dude. It can't just be drive GSP all day, Humble. I know. I worked there too. I know exactly what you mean. And that's all it was in Chalk Talk every freaking morning. Make sure you sell GSP with everything. Yeah, that's how you don't get repeat business. Yeah, lavatory. Yeah, it's something that I recognized when I was younger, but the world hadn't adapted to that yet. And then they went bankrupt. What are you going to do? Yeah, you know, it's just that perspective, man. And once you see the other side of that perspective, it changes how you do things, for sure. It's fantastic. Yeah, Sawyer, what are you going to do? Oh, boy. Yeah, it is what it is, dude. Anyway. Fish, it's good to have you here. Thank you. I'm drinking my dunks. Jackery, what's going on? Let's play some Kerbal. And Nova gifted a sub to Thomas. Thank you very much. Doing anything with the Eclipse? I really don't have many plans, guys. The Eclipse might be the one that gets away, which kind of stinks, but... Tell them to pound sand and quit. What does that solve? All that does is make you unemployed. Like my boy Lil Wayne said, life is a beach, and I'm just playing in the sand. That's what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. Alright, let's go there, like that. Alright, so, let's move over to KSP. What I want to attempt to do today And I might be biting off more than I can chew. In fact, I'm pretty damn sure I'm biting off more than I can chew, right? Yeah, Waymail, exactly. That's what they didn't get that. They just wanted to churn through customers, right? And don't get me wrong, they wanted me to go out and talk to people and ask them about that stuff, but you know, when I pushed the issue and they said, no, I just want to use the self-service machine, they would that's when, like, management would get mad at me. They would get mad at, like, why didn't you convert? Why didn't you convert the sale? Because they want to use self-service. And I'm not going to push the issue because then they'll go somewhere else. It's not rocket science, man. You don't grow unless you try something you will probably fail at, then fail and try again until you possibly win. Yep, failing's part of the process, dude. Part of the learning. Builds character. It's good stuff. Look at me. I fail all the time. It is what it is. Not so well. If you quit your job in 2011 before I started my business, I had many years and recently sold it. I told them that they would get bankrupt within a couple of months, and guess who was right? Yeah. It is what it is. All right. So, the project that I want to work on is, well, we were using the shuttle yesterday, and I got to thinking. I had the shuttle out, and I had it working, and we launched it up into space, and I kind of messed up the trajectory a little bit. I know what you're thinking. You're gonna make a shuttle autopilot, and the answer is no. I don't think I'm smart enough to do that. But I was thinking, like, I can fly the shuttle, ascent and descent, not an issue, not a big problem, really. Like, I can fly those. They did that for the real shuttle once, not for ascent, but on STS-2. Actually, Joe Angle and Richard Truly on STS-2 manually flew the shuttle through reentry. Only time it's ever been done. They did it just to prove that you could. And, you know, Richard Truly actually recently passed away, which really sucks. But, like, I'm cool with manually flying the shuttle up into space. It's the arm. I'm wondering if we can write some code for the arm. What do I know about writing code? Nothing. I'm pretty damn bad at it, actually. Sketchy? Well, they made it. Repost. EJ, come down. You and Brimo can crash in one of my guest bedrooms. My property is going to get 306 of totality for the eclipse. I don't know, man. I might be too busy. So, what I wanted to do... Where is the audio? Kerbal? AI can get you 85% of the way there. Yeah, hell if I know how to use that. Oh no, it's there. It's just soft. Alright. Because, yeah, yesterday Kerbal had some nasty audio issues that I don't really understand. I'm not really sure what transpired there. But either way, so let's get the tunage going. So, I'm thinking, see if we could figure out a way to get some inverse kinematics going with the orbiter's robotic arm. All right, Nader, appreciate that, buddy. So, hold on 1 second, dudes. So, I'm kind of wondering if I could make some inverse kinematics work for the arm, but I'm not exactly sure how we would do that. Think of it like CNC code. I haven't touched anything with CNC code in easily 15 years. What's been going on with KSP2? It exists. Just waiting for the next big patch, dude. Science mode was really a good step in the right direction. Oh, nice laboratory. That's cool. let you have to stick for some aerobatics. I'll think about it, man. Let me just... I gotta refresh the chat here. Let's back out. Speaking of KSP2, Mike is coming back soon. Where's he been? So, basically, I want to see if we can implement a better control system for my robotic arm so it's easier to use it to actually build things with the shuttle. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's been on... Yeah, that's right. He had twins. I forgot about that. Yeah. Wait. Kerbal. Hello? Please get off the screen. Thank you. Alright. So we're in the mission mode save here. I want to check something. So, in this save, this is the MM3 save, the last thing we did was build this. Why do you hear RimWorld? Because I have the RimWorld soundtrack going. I've been into it lately. Are we actually going to see MLV start to do work? Yeah. We built this. Guys, this is stock KSP, by the way, with just some flag textures. Just thought I'd let you know. But some of the big freaking problems that I had here with the station was installing these dang things with the robotic arm. It became very, very troublesome. You have way more patience than I. Fish, do you recognize the station design? Let's see it. Let's see. How good are you? It's not the ISS. It's close. That's right, man. We built it. So, Fish, I don't know if you've seen the shuttle that I have. My shuttle is about as good as I can make a shuttle in stock KSP. And if you notice, these modules have RCS balls sticking out of them. And does that mean that each module has RCS? Well, no. Freedom's modules were unguided. They had grapple fixtures and they used the RMS to build it, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. Those things are longeron pins. Do you know, Fish, I'm wondering, you know what a longeron pin is? Not a clue. Okay. Cool. I was reading. Hold on. Let's, here. You know what I'll do? Let's go in here. Real quick. Is it like a handhold for the arm? Well, that would be an RMS grapple fixture, Jim. I'm using small docking ports as my RMS grapple fixtures. See them right there? Those are the grapple points. That's the point for the arm. What these pins are for... Give me 1 second. Hold on. They hold the longeron? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a little bit. Here. Let me show you on the real thing. Give me 1 second. So take a look. Oh, no. Keep in mind, this is in Maya here. So, if you look at the truss segments... That thing right there, you've seen them before. This thing. That looks like an upside down dinner plate with the pin sticking out. That's a longeron pin. every single module that was delivered by the shuttle has the longeron pins. S0 is the S0 truss segment. Look at the Z1 pins. Look at Rasvet, a Russian docking adapter that was delivered by the space shuttle. Pins. See what I'm talking about? The longeron pins are how stuff bolts into the shuttle's payload bay. Guess what we did? I'll give you 3 guesses why they're on there. On my space station design. I'll give you 3 guesses. So those are the grapple fixtures with the 3 teardrops. That's a grapple fixture for the RMS. Right? But even if you look at the Japanese module, Kibo's exposed environment platform still has the pins. So, this is an ISS model that I got from NASA's website. I forget where I got it. So if we go back and look in Kerbal, right, I have pins everywhere because with my shuttle model, that's how I put payloads in. If we go and look, that's the Block 1 orbiter, but whatever. If you look, we made our own longeron pins and active passive longeron latching mechanisms in the payload bay in the same spots as the actual shuttle, and they're configurable. You can just move them around, right? And then I'm using same vessel collision with physics-less parts, and that physically holds the payload in there. Pretty cool. We also have power plug-in from the docking port down here. So the payloads on the shuttle are attached via a docking port down here, but they're physically held in place by pins, just like the real one. The shuttle, it does have triangulated longeron pins, so there's pins down here, and then there's pins on the side, depending on the payload. Really depends on what's this game. I don't know. It's some space game. So, Fish, when I was putting this stuff together, it works just like the real thing. This shuttle, CTS-5, it's my 5th generation orbiter that I made in Kerbal. It's come from a long line of trying to build really nice space shuttles in KSP. The 5th generation orbiter works exactly like the real shuttle. I went and read the operations manual to make this thing. Right? This was the really hard part. This thing works and flies like the actual space shuttle, but in Kerbal. Like, it is a Kerbalized version of the shuttle. It intentionally flies like garbage when you're down low. It makes tons of drag when you're down low, but through hypersonic, it flies really, really nice, actually. You're gonna make me build a space station with a shuttle in RSS. I kind of want to do that. So, part of that, and yes, that's the Centaur G. I didn't want to call it Centaur G. I wanted to, Centaur is an imaginary creature, so I named it the Puma. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Centaur, imaginary creature. Puma, imaginary creature. Makes sense. What in Sam hell is a Puma? So, here's the thing. This all works exactly like the real shuttle, right? I mean, as good as you can get. So, the NPM will move the arm out of the way, right? And then, if this all works correctly, we can unlock it and you can deploy the Centaur G with the integrated support structure. So, on the real shuttle, this is called the Centaur Integrated Support Structure, and it's basically the payload attachment fitting for Centaur G to the shuttle, right? But since it's Centaur, it's the Puma Integrated Support Structure, so we call it the PIS. And it works just like the real one. All you got to do is put a satellite on it. There's your, I have a Centaur upper stage right here, or it's supposed to look like Centaur G Prime, but yeah, it's the PIS. Don't take the piss, okay? So this all works pretty much exactly like it's about as close as you can get, as close as I could get. I'm sure someone has done better. It's about as close as I could get to the real thing, minus the radiators on the inside of the payload bay doors. I never figured out a good way to do that. But then again, thermals in KSP aren't nearly as important as they are in real life, so, whatever. The radiators are there for all intents and purposes. The shuttle payload bay is set up exactly like the real one. All the lights are in the exact spots that they should be in. Heck, all the fuel cells are in the same spots that they are on the space shuttle. Shuttle has three redundant fuel cells back here. They're under here. They're under the payload bay like this for mass distribution, so the shuttle doesn't end up doing a Starship and fly engine first during re-entry. What I want to do is see if we can figure out. So I have KRPC built into this, and I totally forget how to use it. But what I want to do is see if we can come up with some ways for the arm to use inverse kinematics. I'm probably biting off more than I can chew, and I can't guarantee that anything that we do is going to come of use here. But unfortunate naming conventions aside, it's still a work of art. Yeah, this is in stock with a flag pack. I have a flag pack that has, you know, letters and numbers, and obviously we have the flag and my logo and stuff. But yeah, this is all the parts are stock. You could build this in KSP right now with the expansion packs, with the 2 DLCs, Breaking Ground and Making History. This can be assembled. You could do the exact same thing. The only thing is that yours won't have like United States on the sides and stuff. But yeah, this is completely stock, right? Even my tiles or panels, the panels work like a heat sink. They will pull the heat from re-entry, and they'll work like a giant heat sink. So I have panels on my thermal protection system, and yeah, the panel itself can't take a lot of heat, but when they're grouped together like a heat sink, like what the actual tiles do, they work. Pretty cool, right? Unfortunate fortune. Yeah, spook. So what I want to do is try to see if we can figure out a way to get this arm working. But I went into the mission mode save here because I was wondering. In my engineering mode save, I have a servo there. I don't have a hinge. Yeah, it looks like I redid the robotic arm at some point. I'm not sure which one of these is newer. 11, 19, 22. How are you grouping the panels together? Good question, Mammon. They are. Hold on. Let me check. I actually forget. Are they node attached? Nope. They're radially attached, and they're attached in a vein. So, see this downward facing one? That guy right here? Say that's panel 1. Okay? See this one right here? See how when I select the panel that's next to it, it only selects 3? So panel 1 is here. Panel 2 is attached to panel 1. But there's 1A, 1B, and 1C. And then there's panel 2. 2A, 2B, 2C, right? Panel 3, 3A, 3B, 3C. It's made like a vein, almost, like a heatsink. And it works. It works really well. I never have to worry about overheating tiles. The nose cone gets really, really hot, and then because this front segment of tiles right here is attached directly to the fairing that's attached to the nose cone, it fluxes all the heat to the panels, and there you go. Giant heat sink. Now I know what you're gonna ask. Why'd you put a bunch of panels on the front of your damn shuttle, dude? This is gonna fly horribly. Yes, that's the idea. The shuttle did not fly very well, so attaching a bunch of panels to it is a pretty good idea. And now I know what somebody else is gonna say. Panels are heavy, aren't they? Not those ones. 10 kilos. No, they're not heavy at all. 22 pounds. No, it's not heavy at all. So you're thinking of continuing the shuttle ISS build? No, I just want to see if we can get the arm working and just kind of let it go from there. So, yeah, dude, this thing, like I said, for all intents and purposes, works pretty much like the real shuttle. Like, from a hardware standpoint, I'm not going to say it's 1-to-1. Like, I don't want to be too full of myself, you know what I mean? It's not 1-to-1, but I don't know, look at the stack, you decide. Do you still have a KMU? Yeah, I have the save somewhere around here. So, I mean, it's pretty good. It's a Kerbalized version of the space transportation system. It works pretty dang well. We were messing with it yesterday, but I was just thinking, like, it'd be cool to see if we can get some automation working on the thing. Are you going to launch it? How do you launch that? All right, let's bring people up to speed. Slap some wheels on her and launch her down the runway. You gotta say you have the nicest shuttle replica in stock. Thank you. I got the Firefly Tweet Creeper, but it's not orange rocket. No. I tried painting the fairings with the orange and brown, not brown, orange and green-ish fairing type. It doesn't look right. We'll go white external tank because STS 1 and 2. So, I'm not going to launch it in this save, but actually I do need to... Actually, I think I may have upgraded the shuttle after this. I gotta look. Hold on. I think that is still one of my favorite parts of Kerbal 1. There is a surprising amount of ways to get things to not only look the part, but act as intended through unintentional mechanics. Yep. I mean, sneaky. It turns out that if you... Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Turns out that if you just leave the gameplay mechanics open and just rely on a gameplay loop to make a good game, you can produce infinite amounts of playtime. Maybe there's some city builders out there that should, listen to that. Just saying. Yeah, it's weird, right? Shoehorning people into playing the game one way really makes it not fun. So, there's block 1C here. Let's load that one up. I need to check something. I just want to look and make sure I'm updating the best version of this thing. Yeah, see, this craft file has the servos. That one in the and yeah, 124.23. Cool. That shuttle has the servos, and that's the most updated version of the ARM. I just want to make sure we're working with the right versions here. Manipulator positioning. SBC, I don't know what that means. The programmable RMS controller. There's the servo power amplifiers, just like the real one, same spots as the real thing. And it's pulling that mod. It has a truss segment in there, from what I can tell, from the last time I launched it. Removed berthing trunnions. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's where the airlock goes. You can see the pins for it are there. I want you to be creative the way I want you to be creative. Yeah, Humble. That's kind of seeing that as a repeating trend, which really kind of is unfortunate. But hey, what are you gonna do? Okay. Cool. Block 1C, 124.23. All right, let's check something. I just want to go into engineering mode and make sure we have the right one. We're launching the right thing, and then we'll send it. It's said that there's no flap like Starship in KSP2. I'm trying to make Starship, but it's not working well. Suggest it, Thor. I'm sure they'll listen. Alright, you guys wanted to see this thing. SBC. Maybe is it overclocking? I don't know, passing. We'll check. I think it had something to do with programming the robotic arm. That's what most of those Cal controllers are there for. But it could be the solid booster controller as well. Yes, this orbiter's complicated. You need a freaking textbook to... Probably should have written some of this stuff down, but I remembered most of it, so I don't know what you want. All right, let me just check. 1/2/23 SRB SEP at 150. SRB SEP at 150 is what I wrote yesterday on this thing. Does that have the... Nope, see? That's the wrong one. Wrong arm. And that doesn't have those in the right config. All right, cool. So close this up. Save that as 1C old, right? Back out here. Let's go in here like this. Go into the SPH. That's the 922 backup. Mission mode 3. This is what we want right here. Ships, VAB. 125.23. That jives with my notes in there. So copy that. Go into saves. Engineering mode 22. Ships, SPH. Let's just put it in the VAB here. Good. Hellfish, not writing it down is, now, I'm not going to say that I just don't have the time to do it, but that is a component to it, right? But I try to make the UI, how my vehicles fly, very, very, very intuitive. So, because I know I might forget something. So, past me, like, I mean, look at yesterday. I knew how to fly the shuttle. I got it back down without flying it cold. Like, I just went back to flying it cold turkey after, like, 8 months. Haven't flown it. I mean, we still got it back. It was a little sketchy, but that was mostly because me, right? Like, see, RMS program, manipulator positioning. That's 1C old. We don't want that one. 1C, 920 parts. This should be the one that the most updated version. Yeah, remove birthing trend in 1C stack master. There we go. Yep, that one has the payload in it. This was the last launch that we did with the shuttle for the truss segments. Alright, so let's get the payload out of there. There's a cargo unit in there. And now, what is this? SBC. What does that mean? It's something with the arm. It's something... Oh, shuttle berthing controller. Yeah, that's the automatic docking sequencer. Because in Space Station Freedom, guys, the shuttle wasn't just supposed to, like, drive up to the space station or fly up to the space station and dock like what it ended up doing. What they wanted to do with Freedom is actually very, very interesting. I can't decide whether this is a good way to do this or a bad way to do this, but if you look at renders of Space Station Freedom, you start noticing things. It does look like the ISS. It's close. In fact, a lot of Space Station Freedom's components ended up on the ISS, like the truss segment, for instance, the mobile base system, the external pallets, the solar panels, that all ended up in the right spot. But if you look at the docking ports, how the shuttle actually attaches, it's quite interesting. You can see the longeron pins there. See what I'm talking about? Longeron pins. But what the heck is this thing? What is this? How does this all work? Well, it's actually very, very interesting. What they wanted to do, or what they were going to do, is right here on the shuttle. Right here, fixed to the forward bulkhead, right? There was supposed to be a plug, like a plug. So you could plug in power and telemetry into the ISS. That's what that grapple fixture is out at the front. The shuttle was supposed to dock to the grapple fixture. But this isn't motorized because that tiny power grapple fixture is not going to be able to pull a 60-ton shuttle in. Weight has nothing to do with it here. It's just straight power. Power is at a premium on the ISS. Even now, you know, that's why the ISS has such gigantic freaking solar panels. That's the only freaking way you're going to be able to generate enough power to make all the experiments run. Power consumption on the ISS is absurd. Like, I don't think a lot of people talk about that. But that's why from Freedom's revised baseline segment in the late 80s to the ISS, they ended up adding another solar panel on each side. And even with the upgraded solar panels, having two sets of solar panels, two truss segments on each side, the P4 and P5 and S4 and S5 truss segments, right? Port and starboard, right? The front of the space station is this way. The front's that way, just like the ISS, right? Even with that, they still cut programs because of power consumption needs. Yeah. They dude, it's actually really annoying. They had modules fabricated and they started building them, and then they figured out the power consumption wasn't good enough, so they actually ended up just saying no. Like the centrifuge accommodations module. They were going to put a centrifuge module up there. That was part of the original Space Station Freedom plan. They freaking started fabricating the thing and then said, oh, we won't be able to generate enough power. Never mind. Not building, King. Built. Is that a grabber kind of like dinosaur? Yeah, a little bit. So just generate more power. Dude, that's your solution? That's your solution. You have a modular space station architecture. What do you mean you can't generate more power? Like, what? Who thought? It's fine. 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 The centrifuge was canceled because of power needs. Yep. It was canceled in 2005 alongside the habitation module and crew return vehicle because of ISS cost overruns and scheduling programs and shuttle assembly flights. It didn't mention the power thing in the Wikipedia article, but I swear that's the reason. Really, really just... Okay. You built it in 1 hour? No. Attempting a stockish space shuttle remote manipulator system. So I probably should have been a little more concise with the title. The RMS is already made. The problem is, I have no software to govern the damn thing. Okay? I'm going to try to attempt to use KRPC to make some inverse kinematics for the arm. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do it. I might be biting off more than I can chew here, but what I wanted to do is show people how that all works. And I was going to show people how that all works. We're going to see a launch here in a second. But I was talking about how the shuttle was supposed to dock to Freedom here. So, and why I have that SBC controller in the shuttle. It's a little bit of a tangent, but you get the idea. So, how this was going to work is there was a grapple fixture here, a power grapple fixture. And you would have plugged the shuttle in first, and then the arm would attach to the module, and the robotic arm would pull the shuttle in to the docking port. Now, they ended up not doing that. What they ended up doing is taking this component right here and putting it in the shuttle and keeping it in the shuttle's payload bay. And that's how it flew for every station mission. They modified this module, they took out the power grapple fixture and just put a Russian docking port on top of it. Yeah, that's right. The space shuttle, for its entire career, going to Mir and the ISS, flew with Buran's docking port. Fun fact. Not a lot of people know that. The APAS 95, that was designed for the Buran program. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, that's why those docking modules look so weird, because the original plan was to keep them up there and have the shuttle dock to it. Just like here on our shuttle, if you look, I have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the SBC controller is putting the first thing that thing does passing is put the arm in the right position and then I move the shuttle in with RCS. We dock it via the arm, and then I activate the SBC controller, and it pulls it in. It's a baked program for the arm. It's baked in. It's like baked inverse kinematics. I just said baked, and some people went, "What? What?" But yeah, pretty cool. Another thing to note is that if you look at these two modules right here, one has the power grapple fixture on the port side, and the other one has it on the starboard side. See what I'm talking about? Two shuttles could dock to Space Station Freedom, and they would dock like this. So if that shuttle, the shuttle that's rendered is this one, another one could dock like this. So you could have two shuttles right next to each other. Yeah, you could have two of them docked if you really needed to. One would be facing nose up, and the other one would be facing nose down. Yep. That's why the grapple fixtures are inverted to each other. We tried to do this in Kerbal, and once again, with the controller, it kind of works. It's still really difficult to get that right. But the cool thing about it is that it would dock the shuttle in the exact same way every time. You don't need to worry about, like, you ever docked a shuttle to a space station? Like, your docking port is facing this way, you go to dock a shuttle and it's, like, crooked. It's not perfectly straight. Yeah, that prevented that in KSP, which is pretty cool, right? Yeah, we were robbed. Yeah, yeah, not a lot of people know about Space Station Freedom and how, you know, we actually gave the shuttle something to do and then decided it was too expensive and replaced it with something, a watered down version of it. The ISS. And the ISS isn't bad, don't get me wrong, but... Sound familiar? It's been going on for a long time, guys. Anyway, so, yeah, the dual keel.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, yeah, the dual keel was awesome, right? Hey, Kyron, 72 months, what's going on? I'd give my left arm for that cup of donkeys. Sorry, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thermonucleus with that prime sub. Thanks, man. Dude, I actually had the pleasure of talking to a guy that actually worked on some of the designs for the dual keel space station. And dude, it was so funny. I was at an engagement party for one of my cousins, right? And there's this guy that's there that's an architect, right? And I mean, this guy's wicked smart, all right? And you know, one of my relatives was like, "You got to go talk to this guy. He did stuff with NASA in the 80s." So I'm like, "Oh, I heard you helped with designs for the space station." And for Space Station Freedom, and he went, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Which one did you work on? Power Tower, dual keel, or revised baseline?" And he just stopped and went, "Dual keel." And I'm like, "Oh, I got you now, you son of a bitch." You know, like, I'm like, "I got you now, you mother." I'm like, "I hope you don't have stuff to do for the next 3 hours." Right? Sorry. So, no, it turns out that I was like, so the next thing I said was, "Yeah, you remember when the administrator and the astronauts were like, the dual keel is way too complicated. We need the revised baseline segment because dual keel will get somebody killed." And he's like, "How the hell do you know that? What do you do?" That's what the guy was like, "Wait, what? Wait, who are you? Who are you? Who is this guy?" Right? And I explained what I do, right? And I was like, I learned all about this. I read all about, you know, the pins and the docking system and everything." He's like, "Yeah, I helped review plans for those things." I'm like, "So the truss attachment system, the shuttle attachment system, yeah, this guy worked on the plans for all those," which was super cool. And yes, we did talk for like the next 3 hours. My relative that introduced us came over. He's like, "Yep, I made a mistake." I'm like, "Yes, you did. Yes, you did." And then the best part was he was like, "Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you screwed up." I'm like, "High five," you know. No, it's what you wanted to talk about. He was like super into it. So that was really cool. So I actually, a couple of months ago, I was at an engagement party. I met a guy who worked on the plans for the dual keel. Super cool, actually. I never told you guys that story. We just become best friends. Yep. You know, want to go do karate in the garage? Yep. You know, you paid for the guy's drinks. Yeah, of course. He was probably thinking no one has ever wanted to talk about this. Yeah, Hellfish, you could tell, like, the guy was like, who the hell are you? I mean, the guy was an acquaintance, so I knew him before this, but, like, I never talked, right? Like, I knew who he was, right? This guy's he's an architect, right? You know, I got a lot of family that's in the trade, so, you know, I'd met the dude before, right? Because I've seen him at, like, car shows and stuff, because, you know, he's a car nut, obviously. Dude, everyone that likes space likes cars. I don't know what the hell that's about, but whatever. Did you watch the Thor creation video from Pad 40? No. He's probably kind of pumped that someone had enough knowledge to talk about it. Nader, he was like, how do you know that? I'm like, dude, because I'm a loser. Like, what do you want? I'm a nerd. I read this stuff. This is what I do for fun. He's like, hell yeah. I'm like, I like the dual. I was like, personally, I like the dual keel. Satellite servicing, I think, is money. And he's like, I'm like, but NASA chickened out. They didn't want it. They said it was too complicated. It would have been impossible to service some of these components. And I'm like, he knew that, though. Yeah, that's why they switched to the revised baseline segment, which is the dual keel without the actual keels, which is annoying, but hey, whatever. They're saying that some 3-letter organization could take them out. Yeah, dude, that's what they wanted to do. They didn't just want to have one truss segment going across. They wanted to have 2 vertical truss segments. So, fellas, all right. If you're a space nut, look at this picture. You tell me what you see. You like what you see? Because I like what I see. That's what the dual keel's purpose was. So these are the tracks for the mobile base system. Something that eventually made it to the ISS. It's a train. The ISS has a train on it. I don't know if anybody knows that. It's called the mobile base. It is a little tracked vehicle. Like it's an electric train that can traverse the truss segment. And what this would have done is have 2 of them. You have 2 mobile bases. One can go up and down, and the other one goes left-right. And the tracks could cross each other, right? So the mobile base, you know, could go up and down one of the keels, and then you have one that goes this way, right? And what this was used for, so say the shuttle comes up and docks. You know, mobile base would roll up with the arm, pull the module out, just like they did to assemble the ISS, and it could take that module and install it, or if it's a payload, you could put it in the hangars. They wanted satellite servicing bays with this thing. So Space Station Freedom was supposed to just coincidentally be in the same orbit as Hubble. So the plans were, you know, if Hubble needed to be serviced, you'd go grab the thing, a shuttle would go up, grab Hubble, put it in the payload bay, bring it to the space station so they can unload it, load up Hubble in the hangar bay, and this bay would be protected because of micrometeorites, right? And you could take the thing apart in there and not have to worry about it. A garage in space. The other thing that they wanted to do was down here. Notice that this area is open. Down here would be used to stage vehicles, transfer vehicles to the moon. So they would build something like Gateway down here, right? Be able to fuel the damn thing and then send it to the moon. Pretty smart, huh? Same with keyhole sats. I don't know what you're talking about, Basia. What is it? What is a keyhole sat? I don't know what that means. Hubble. Yeah. He's trying to get us killed, man. So, yeah, that's what they wanted to do. The Thor creator. Oh, yeah, Gully, the slide baskets. Yeah, we watched that yesterday for Space News. Good thing they never put that infrastructure up there. It might have been something useful for Artemis. I'm telling you, the shuttle would be very good at building out some of the architecture for Artemis. The only problem is that with the shuttle, you don't. It would be difficult to get stuff to the moon, but also at the same time. Hydrolox RL-10 driven upper stage, being able to be fully fuel delivered into low Earth orbit. Gee, that sounds familiar. Just saying. Whatever. It's fine. It's no big deal. Anyway, so, yeah, a little bit on dual keels and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That would have been an insane project. And the shuttle would have been really good at doing it, just saying. And the shuttle also would have been really good to, you know, send stuff out to the moon, considering that's what it was originally designed to do. It's called the Space Transportation System, not a low Earth orbit transportation system for a reason. Yeah. Anyway, so my shuttle is based off of all that, and that's how that all works. But part of that is that I don't have any automation on my arm. My robotic arm is entirely manually driven, which is not, it makes it extremely difficult to use. I want to see if we can write some code for it. But first, you know, I'm not going to sit here and talk about this all day without actually doing this. Ready? So I'll bring you guys through a shuttle mission just to show you what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can actually get it to work right today. Off topic, but there's a guy building a full-scale B-36 from scratch in his garage. I'm sorry, a B-36? How big is his garage? I hope your garage is gigantic. But would the shuttle pulling payloads up be enough for lunar operations on, say, a dozen launches to an in-space servicing station like that in Leo? Because the numbers I'm seeing here, Poison, if the shuttle is operating like Falcon 9 is now, and that was the plan was to launch one shuttle every week, weekly missions to space. That was the whole idea. That's why they built 4 orbiters. Launch it to the station. The station isn't in engineering mode, dude. So hang on real quick. That'll work really well. Your garage is not big enough. I'm pretty sure he knows that, though.
The first thing we're going to talk about is building the radar navigator and radar observer or bombardier compartment that goes under the flight deck. Let's look at this the way it is.
Where the heck did you get that? What? How? What? It... I... How you... Is... I have questions. Are you gonna build the whole plane? You're gonna need a bigger garage. Like, I mean, dude, that looks right. That's kind of uncanny. I thought these were panels that he maybe lifted off of another B-36. That looks right. That looks correct. All the stringers look right. That, I mean, in my crappy limited A&P knowledge, this looks correct to me. Like, especially that. That looks exact. Where are you gonna get 6 Wasp Major engines? Yeah, Jim, that's what I'm wondering. Wasp Majors aren't exactly in high demand these days. I'm sure. I mean, dude, it's the internet. I'm sure you can find one. It's gonna cost you though. Holy crap, dude. That's freaking impressive. Wow. Bro. What are you gonna do with this? Like, I'm not even, like, I'm actually, like, just genuinely curious. Like, what are you gonna, how? Like, what? You know what? You know what I was just thinking? Let's not pretend, like, when I become proficient with that damn welder that I'm not going to do something exactly like this. Like, who am I kidding? Like, let's be real. Let's be real. It's EJ's thinking bucket list win for when lottery. Yeah. You have to actually start using it first. Who says I haven't? You're not going to weld the shuttle cockpit, would you? Well, I'd need to get good at TIG welding if we were going to do that, because the shuttle's all aluminum, just like this B-36. This guy's TIG welding. That's really cool, man. At least I think he's TIG welding from what I saw in the thumbnails. Let me take a look. Welding on the longitudinal frame section. Let me see, what kind of welder's the dude using? Safety squints. Let me see the end of the dang handle. I think that's MIG's. Yeah, he's using a MiG, but he's using a MiG with no, there's no shielding cover on it. That's weird. It's probably so he could get the thing in there, but... Yeah. Interesting. Anyway. Okay. So you guys want to see this thing work. Let's do it. Alright, one control mechanism is key here. There we go. Hey, Cosmo. Alright, let's just verify control surfaces are working. Yep, good. SAS is slight movement on the pitch axis. That's no problem. Okay. Double check our action groups. 1 has been initiated. 2 is the latching system on the arm. 4 is SRB separation. 9 is main engine cutoff. Or, well, safing and shutdown. Yeah, 0 is launch. Okay. Next thing we need to do is go in here, make sure that we turn on the fuel cells, make sure we're generating power. Okay. Orbiter is running off fuel cells. We're on internal. 150 for separation, I'm pretty sure. Don't play this music when we're going to launch. Holy hell. All right. Guys, Kerbal sometimes overdrives the sound, so headphone users, just be aware. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, activate the engines. Okay, engines are thermally conditioned. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good liftoff. Cleared the pad. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Roger roll. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. Max Q. Look good. No movement. Go at throttle up. Copy, go throttle up. Vehicle's now supersonic. Everything's looking good here. No idea what I'm doing. Sounds like a flat lie. Sorry. We'll get to the parts where I don't know what I'm doing. This is the part I do know. That's where I started. It's just so you can get a good gauge on how much I have no idea what I'm doing. I got the hardware part. I got that down. Okay. 90 seconds in, all systems performing beautifully. Everything's looking good, guys. Stand by for SRV thrust tailing off. SRV standing by for separation. Separation. 103 converge.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Everything looking good. Switching off rates to apogee indicator. Hey, metrics, 72 months. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. KRPC, Thunderbolt. What I want to do is use mods to see if I can put some automation into the robotic arm. Because I can fly the shuttle. I don't know if you noticed. I can fly it pretty well. I'm not worried about that part. Using the arm on orbit is what I really want to get at. That's really difficult to do without any software governance. Everything's looking good. Shuttle 2-engine TAL. Single engine TAL. Nice shuttle. Press to ATO. Shuttle standby, press for MECO. We have MECO confirmed. Main engine shutdown and safing. Nominal orbit insertion 105 by 19. Move for external tank separation. When are we practicing RTLS? I don't feel like dying today. I don't think these Kerbals feel like it either. ET separation confirmed. Shuttle NOAMs 1 required. Welcome to space. So if you're wondering, guys, those abort contingencies are based, that for my shuttle, are based off of the real one. I was calling single 2-engine TAL, so that's a transoceanic crossing. TAL stands for transatlantic crossing in the real shuttle, with the real shuttle. Actually, hold on one second. Real quick. Single engine, 2-engine is if 1 engine fails or 2 engines fail, you can still make it a transatlantic crossing and make a safe landing. There's that peninsula on the other side of the ocean. You can land over there. Also, yeah, here. Oh, it registered the chutes as stowed. Come on. Oh, I got it. I got it in time. Yes. Score. That was a close one. Couldn't get the other SRB though. And gentle. Where's the other guy? Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah. Gotta get that nose cone back. Important. You gotta get that nose cone. That's important. And if I could control the other booster, it'd be here. Couldn't get at the other one, blessed. That's because the reason why I can't get at it is because the SRB, believe it or not, the SRBs on the shuttle, and if I'm guessing SLS, have a asynchronous or asymmetrical separation. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. The SRBs don't separate like out like this. One kind of goes up, and the other one goes off to the side. They do this. Right? So, like, say this is the stack. One will go up this way, and the other one separates that way. The reason why is because if you did this, you're running the risk of the SRBs rotating around and them hitting each other during separation. So, because I have an asymmetric separation, just like the space shuttle, right? They end up being on trajectories where I could either get one or the other. You can't get them both back. Like, I might be able to do it if, like, I coast the shuttle with the ET. But yeah, it's very difficult to get that done. Anyway. Alright, stand by for ohms 2. Add AP. Let's get the music back. What about the external tank? Burns up. My ET burns up. Drop the SRBs right on target to float them right where they ought to be. Well, sure happy to hear that. Okay, orbiter maneuvering system is pressurized and ready to go. T-minus 1 minute and 53 seconds. 2 AP. You said the shuttle was intended for the moon. Is that what you'll be doing now, or did you have a KSP series showing how that would have looked? The shuttle itself was never supposed to leave low Earth orbit, Chim. It's not like For All Mankind. No, the shuttle really couldn't get much further than about a Starlink satellite would be the absolute maximum. And even then, you're pushing it because you might not have enough fuel to deorbit. Like, it depends on what you're doing. Like, the Hubble servicing missions were ballsy. Those were ballsy freaking missions. Because the Hubble's in a higher orbit, right? Even certain shuttles couldn't get useful payload to the ISS. That's why Columbia didn't go to the ISS until, like, it never went. It was too heavy. Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour are a lot lighter because after Columbia was made, they built Challenger based off of what they learned from Columbia and learned that they could make the shuttle a lot lighter. All subsequent shuttle designs are based off of Challenger, not Columbia. So at that particular time, in the late 90s, when they started making the ISS and into the early 2000s, Columbia couldn't get there. Couldn't even get to the ISS with any useful payload. It was too heavy. Yeah, weird, huh? So the shuttle really can't go much further than that. What the shuttle was supposed to do is build stuff on orbit, like it built the space station on orbit. It was supposed to make transfer vehicles on orbit. So bring up something in the payload bay. And the shuttle, like, once again, not a lot of people know this. There's room on the shuttle for 2 robotic arms. And there's a control interface on the at the aft part of the flight deck where you could switch between arm 1 and arm 2. You could power one arm over the other. You could flip them back and forth. Same controls controlling two arms. Because the reason why they did that was so the shuttle could go up, use one arm to deploy something, right? And then send another mission up and have two robotic arms. First one grapples whatever vehicle, right? And the second one will pull a payload out and dock them together in space. Shuttle was designed to build transfer vehicles. It was designed to build something like Gateway, and then use something like Gateway as an intermediary transfer vehicle. So you build a transfer vehicle that it can get to and from the moon, right? And then the shuttle could send up a crew tank, right? You have room for 7 people. So you have 2 crew, 4 people on the mid deck, right? Those 4 people get into a capsule or something, right? Inside of the shuttle's payload bay after the shuttle makes it up into space, right? And then they could undock the capsule and dock it to a transfer vehicle that the shuttle built, and then they could send it out. Or you could just have a regular transfer vehicle, so a capsule with no heat shield, right? Attached to a stage. And then you could send that out to the moon, right? And if you have a Centaur G behind you, you should be in a service module, you should be able to get anywhere you want. What are you making the architecture with CTS 5? Well, Nova, it would be cool if we could do what I just said with the shuttle. I have the provisions, just like the real one, for being able to mount 2 arms. And if I could get the code working for this correctly, should be able to do it. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Ohms 2. But yeah, that's what I had planned on doing. It was going to build the infrastructure right on. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the shuttle was never supposed to get out to the moon by itself, dude. No way. Okay, Ohms 2, out. Okay, Endurance, you're looking real good. Gonna let you stay up there for a little while. You're go for on orbit. Hey, Linux. Okay. Save the ohms for now. KTR, dumb question. During ascent, are the astronauts upside down in the seat? Isn't that a problem with blood going to their head? The exact opposite of that, KTR. You're flying on an arc. So think of it like going through a loop on a roller coaster. Is the blood rushing to your head if you're going through a loop? No, it's going down to your feet. Now, don't get me wrong. The shuttle could launch wings up into space. The G-force stuff is a mitigatable problem if the shuttle flies wings up or wings down onto orbit. The real reason, there's 2 big reasons why the shuttle flies upside down into space. First one, the antennas are on the top of the shuttle. How are you going to communicate with a ground station? There's no antennas down here. If there was an antenna on the bottom, you'd lose it during re-entry.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The antennas, the short band antennas for ground station communication is built into the nose or into the forehead of the shuttle. It's right there. That's where the short band antennas are. Ask me how I know. So when the shuttle is flying wings up, heads down, upside down into space, your antennas are pointed in the right direction. Did you notice during IFT-3 when Starship was flipping over that it was losing signal? Resonant like every RPM when the antennas were facing in the wrong direction, when they were facing away from Starlink? We lost connection for a second, and then it rotated back into position, and we got connection again. Right? So, that's the first one. The second one, pilots like being able to see the horizon. It's a good reference frame in case something goes wrong. You don't want to be flying into space and have something go wrong with the shuttle and just see this out the window. There's nothing to see. There's just blackness. All these say blackness, right? There's nothing to see. Having the horizon is a good way to gauge your reference. So in the event of an RTLS, the shuttle is already oriented where the pilots can see the horizon. That's kind of important. So those are the big two reasons. G-forces, obviously, as well. But it's not going to be that much different flying this way as opposed to flying that way. You know what I mean? How does Starship have constant communication when rotating? If there was a ground tracking system, if there's a ground tracking station, then you would have gotten an uninterrupted signal. Or TDRS being in the right spot. If TDRS is low on the horizon, you could get a constant signal. And TDRS was low on the horizon during re-entry, because that's the only way you're going to get a signal. The Apollo capsule did the same thing. Dragon does the same thing. Starliner will do the same thing. Yep. Oh, yeah. Is there inspiration for naming it Endurance? No, not really. Endurance was one of the shuttles that I have from Mission Mode. So I have Explorer, Endurance, Aquarius, and I forget what I named the other one. What are the odds on Starliner actually launching soon? The Atlas is LVOS to launch it. Linux, they're building the rest of the stack right now. The core stage is on the mobile launcher in the VIF at Pad 41. And Starship entered fueling operations on Monday. Fueling operations for the Hypergulls, because you don't want to screw that up, will take about 2 weeks. So I'd say we're about a month out. Oh yeah, Pathfinder. Yeah. I choose to forget about that one. Alright, set this like this, and we'll do this. Quick correction burn to our orbit here. There we go. Okay, go for payload bay door open. We're going to reset control point for on-orbit operations here. Payload bay door lights are on. Did the shuttle communicate with TDRS after re-entry too, or only directly with ground stations after that? The shuttle could not communicate with ground stations during entry, but it could communicate with TDRS during entry. Because if you had line of sight to the antenna on the back of the shuttle, which the plasma layer during re-entry would be over here somewhere. So if a satellite was behind it during re-entry, you could get an uninterrupted signal all the way down. After entry, then you can communicate through short band. You could do either one. You have an acquisition of signal through... the shuttle used Myla. NASA's ground tracking station on the Eastern Testing Range at KSC. I forget what MILA stands for, but yep. So like you'd hear like shuttle you have acquisition through MILA, something like that. I forget exactly what that means. Sorry, lost. But yeah, like I said, it's actually that came up, Squish, the other day. It came up during during IFT3, like, people were asking, have we ever had uninterrupted reentry? Yeah. It actually came up on NASA Spaceflight Live. We talked about it last Friday. Yes, you could have uninterrupted reentry. They did it a couple of times with the shuttle, but no external views. It would be a live stream from inside of the flight deck. And all you could really see is just, it looks like the windows turned orange, and that's about it. You could have AOS through TDRS during peak heating. Once again, if the plasma is making a cone around the shuttle, well, the back half of that cone, you have line of sight to the vehicle, right? So if the satellite is behind the shuttle when it's coming into land, you have line of sight to the antennas. Jersey, yo, what up, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Godzar. Oops. Wrong direction. So the shuttle's high gain antennas here. Yeah, don't mind it where it's clipping through the payload bay. Don't worry about that. And this is an omnidirectional antenna. This is what would be pointing at TDRS. I just deploy it because antennas don't necessarily... The parabolic disc doesn't need line of sight. It's just straight line of sight. It's Merritt Island Launch Annex, by the way. There you go. I'd have to assume the horizontal G load of acceleration was the primary load. Yeah, it's pushing you back in your seat, Nader. Yeah, 4 to 5 Gs sustained at the very end of SRB, the SRB tail off. Just like most rockets, yeah. That's part of human rating. Don't exceed 5 Gs. After 5 Gs, I'm sure you know the human body starts doing some weird stuff. Oh, there you go, goalie. There's a picture of the there's a picture of Mila. Excellent. Yep. They could get the shuttle on short band after re-entry through Mila. Okay, so let's go here. So here's the part that I think we should work on. My arm, everything is manually actuated, and that makes the arm extremely difficult to use. I would really like to see if we can do some kind of automation. Like, basically, if I could control the arm with a joystick, that would be super, super, super good. What we're going to have to do is do a little bit of a dive here. I got to do a little bit of a dive to see... I got to do a little bit of a dive here to actually go and try to figure out what the kinematics were for the real arm. This is probably not going to be a one-day project, now that I'm thinking about it. Did you see the Firefly New Glenn news? Somebody linked it up, probably, but yeah, I have a news segment during my stream called Space News, where we talk about this. It's at 4. I thought you could take way more than 5 Gs lying on your back. Oh yeah, you can, human, of course, but yeah. Yeah, you can, but it starts damaging things. Humans can take a lot more G load, but yeah, you're gonna start rupturing capillaries past 5 Gs. This is 5 Gs sustained, not just like for a second. This is 5 Gs up to 5 Gs over 8 minutes. That's bad for you. That's not good for your body. MPM is active. Open the arm. Even those 9G sustain that fighter pilots do in the centrifuge, that's not for 9 minutes. That will kill you. Ask any pilot. even a pilot in a G suit, 9G sustained for 9 minutes, you'd be dead. I don't care how good a shape you're in. Like dead. Like you're mush. That would kill anyone. That's not good for you. That's really not good for you. Yeah, exactly, Cosmo. Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. It can't be, dude, not very long. I wonder if you could sustain more acceleration if you were submerged in water being neutrally buoyant. I don't think it would make that much of a difference, dude. It might make a difference. I'm not sure about how much. Wait, did you say Starship began tanking operations? Wait, what? Yeah, Nader, exactly. Oh. Starliner, not Starship. Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to carry like 4 conversations at once. Apologies. Yeah, no, I misspoke. Starliner has begun fueling operations for its service module. It should take about 2 weeks, not Starship. Starship, per Gwen, should be 4 to 6 weeks. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Too many things with Star. Starlink, Starship, Starbase, Starliner. Why so long? For which one? Which one of those? Jefferson Starship? Starship? Why so long for Starliner? You probably don't want to rush something like fueling operations with hypergolic propellants. That's probably not a good idea. Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, Star Shut Up. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm looking to do. I'm not going to take out the robotic arm because we're going to bring this back down and then we'll actually start. I just wanted to show you guys the shuttle. The arm can deploy and it can move around, but I can only really move... Like, okay, here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do something called inverse kinematics. Inverse kinematics is a type of math governing robotics, I guess, is the right way to say it. So, all right. The arm on the space shuttle is based off of a human arm. Believe it or not, it has an elbow. That's not an elbow, idiot. It has a shoulder, it has an elbow, and it has a wrist, and then it has a grapple fixture, right? Like your hands, right? So how the systems work on the shuttle is using what's called IKs. Like I said, inverse kinematics. So I could get into the math behind it, but you'll see that later in a second. Long story short, your arm, our hands, right, have like your shoulders for rotation, right? And your arm is for rotation, and your wrist is for rotation. None of these actually translate or extend, right? Inverse kinematics is the math governing quadratic movement or rotation to linear movement. So if I wanted to play with this fighter plane, with this F4 for instance, that we have still on the table from yesterday, right? And move it like this, see? It's moving in a straight line. How could that be? I could, with enough rotational joints, you can make linear movement. So movement in one direction. I can go up, down, forward, back, left, right. Right? But I'm doing that with a ball and socket, a hinge, and another ball and socket. Like I said, just in case anybody missed it, you're taking quadratic motion and converting it into linear motion. That's what inverse kinematics does. So You have rotation, 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 and you can make translation with it. That's how the shuttle arm works. Now, keep in mind, fellas, in the 70s, when the shuttle came around, this was cutting-edge stuff. Inverse kinematics, if anybody's done any 3D character modeling and 3D character rigging, you know what IK handles are. Absolutely. IK handles and joints. That's where I first learned about it, from rigging classes. Easy peasy. But that has all the IK stuff done for you because you're in a UI. This is where I think this might be a little bit beyond my capability here. How many joints are needed for translation in the fourth dimension? I don't know. Ask your mother. So, I can't tell you how difficult it actually is manipulating that arm and getting it to do something like this. Because I can only move one at a time, one joint at a time, because everything's manual. So think about it. If I wanted to get this F4, right? If I wanted to get this F4 from here to here, right? How would you do that if you're only moving one thing at a time? You'd be like, you got to rotate this first, and then you got to rotate your elbow down, and then you got to turn your wrist, right? That's how I have to move the arm around, or that's how I was trying to do it. That way sucks. It's extraordinarily difficult. So I'm thinking, if I can get the robotic arm figured out, and we can get at least some basic inverse kinematics for this thing, we could build stuff with this, just like what the real shuttle was supposed to do. It'd be easier to build this stuff. What up, cuh? Except forget about it, cuh. You know, anyway. Do you want to code it with KRPC? Josh, I don't see any other way of being able to do that, do you? Honest question. Like, I'm actually asking, do you think we could get it done with CALs? I was thinking KRPC might be the only way to do it. I'm not exactly... Let's think about this for a second. How would we get that to actually work? What's KRPC? KRPC is a mod for Kerbal that allows you to import Python scripts, or scripts in Python, to basically build a... You can make avionics for your craft. You could do software-governed avionics. So you could make an automatic ascent trajectory if you really wanted to, if you were smart enough. I'm not smart enough to do that. I know the hardware side of things. I know how stuff goes together. I'm not really good on the other front. You might be able to do it with a cal, but you would need a ton of cals. Yeah, exactly, Hellfish. It would end up looking like the ENIAC up in here. An actual roll program. Yeah. Can you code? I can do the math. Kind of. Is KRPC on KSP2 yet? KSP2 doesn't have... It has... Well, there is mod support, but it's not nearly as well, like, fleshed out as KSP1. That's just because KSP2 has been out for a year, and KSP1 has been out for 12. So, how would we do this with... I'm trying to think, how would you do this with cal controllers? So, the first thing that I'm thinking is with the code, we need a reference frame. You need a reference position. So we somehow have to let the arm know where it can go and where it can't go. Like a keep out box, for instance. We have to be able to figure that one out. We have to basically figure out its range of movement, the full range of movement. We don't figure that out, so you need reference. So the arm needs to be able to know where it is, so it knows where it isn't relative to the orbiter, right? How would we do that with a cal controller? What's that, Phil? Oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's for the space station remote manipulator. Look at all the thetas. Anybody here? Anybody here good with calculus? Look at all of them. The the space station remote manipulator system is more complicated than the shuttles. Yeah, like way more complicated. That's a wide range of movement, man. Yep. Yep. Transformation matrices. There you go. This stuff right here. Dude, I gotta call Trevor. Trevor! He's not here. Trevor would like this. The guy that's on NSF Live with me, Trevor Sesnick, he would be eating this stuff up right now. He is better than this he's better at this than I am. Oh, fug. Inverse kinematics analysis of a space station remote manipulator system using generic algorithm. Oh, fuck beans. Oh, boy. Oh, crap. Yeah, these algorithms look, Could you link this up? Phil, link it again. Kinematics equations written in fitness function fin of a GA solver. Holy shit balls, that's a lot of calc. You wanna know what's crazy? Our brain does this math to move our arm around just like that. Yep. You would see these numbers changing very rapidly if we had like angular numeric values of like degrees of motion of your elbow. Your arm and your brain just do this. That's the software up here. We just do that. Easy. Yeah, our brains are doing this math inadvertently. It's not like that, but crazy. Yeah, that's all the math governing how your arm moves. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's predictable, which is even more nuts to me. Oh, jeez. Okay. He refused to do it when I was in high school calculation. Yeah, high school calculus. Yeah, exactly. I know, it's nuts. Frick you! They took the shuttle operations manual off the website. I don't know how to feel about that. Doesn't Primo code might be time to outsource? Yeah. No, I want to learn it myself. I was hoping I could learn something from the operations manual. I don't know if I have it saved. I might. Let's see. Rocket research, shuttle. Okay. That's a good one, but no. Another good one, but no. I don't know how that one snuck in there, but no. Oh, cool. Sweet. That's cool. Centaur G. That's general information. Modifications for Space Station Freedom. Centaur on orbit operations, MPSS, shuttle pallet segment. Nope. Is this it? No, this isn't the one that was there before, but this is close. I wanted to look at the control schemes just so I can kind of start wrapping my mind around this. This is going to take a second. Yeah, here we go. Translational hand controller. This the aft flight deck segment is where we're really looking. There's the airlock. Alright, screw this. I got a better way to do this. Give me one moment. Fun moment. I don't think that's working. Damn. All the reference that I used to use is gone. Not great, Bob. Alright, we're just gonna have to go through here. Page 3. What? Try downloading it. Yeah, I understand some of this. Oh boy. Yep. There's your servo motors. Oh geez, this is complicated. Cool, but damn complicated. Yeah, the shoulder has the most power. Because it was being fed through a servo power amplifier. I have that on the shuttle, on my one. It's right there. Servo power amplifier. Yeah, that overclocks the robotics to give them more torque. But it looks like it overclocks all of them. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have to go simpler, but yeah, let's yeah, there's that's a grapple point. Holy balls. I can read those words too. Yep, alright. Okay, well, it's good to know, but we need to be able to bring this thing back down. You can get the shuttle crew operations manual here. Linux, you got it? Oh, thank you very much. God bless Wayback Machine, dude. Get out of here. How's the shuttle power provided? Batteries? Shuttle doesn't have many batteries on board, Cosmo, believe it or not. I'm serious. There's not many batteries. Why do you need batteries? Think about it. I know that sounds ridiculous, but this blew my mind when I figured it out. Why wouldn't the shuttle have batteries? Like, you'd think the shuttle would have like a battery pack somewhere in the payload bay, right? Nope. Think about it. Why wouldn't the shuttle have like a battery pack? Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean that there aren't batteries on the thing. Doesn't mean that there's no batteries on the entire shuttle. They're there. But why would you choose to not have like a main battery bus? Batteries are heavy. Good call. Absolutely. Fuel cells are the battery array. Think about it. Fuel cells don't need to charge batteries. Fuel cells need to provide electricity. Okay? As long as you're constantly providing electricity, you don't need batteries. Think about it like an alternator on a car. Cars don't have a big battery pack, like an internal combustion engine car. Well, even a Tesla. A Tesla still has a 12-volt battery in it for starting everything, for getting everything going, right? But on an internal combustion engine car, you only have a small 12-volt battery that's about this big, right? Does that power the whole car? No, that only powers the starter motor when you need to start the thing. The shuttle is like that. Actually, most airplanes are like that too. Why? Batteries are heavy. So the shuttle has 3 redundant cryogenic fuel cells. Yeah, hydrolox fuel cells underneath the payload bay. Actually, where mine are on the shuttle. Mine are in the same spots. I did that to better balance out the system. So that's the battery. There's no big battery array because carrying liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen is a lot less mass, and a fuel cell is a lot less mass than a battery pack of the same size. It's just energy density figuring into the delta V formula. Yeah. Nice. Who knows how many times that's going to pop up. That's flight display. Oh, reactant. There's your fuel cells. Give me 1 second. I reloaded the page so the save premise wouldn't pop up because I clicked that download button a lot of times. I forgot that this is a 1,000-page PDF. That dynamic might be changing with lithium polymer being so lightweight. I don't know, just the thought. What do you think? What do you think they installed on the ISS, Nader? Recently? They, some of the ISS EVA operations over the last couple of years have been replacing the batteries with lithium ones. Problem is, they went and did that and they broke. Sometimes. Absolutely, KTR. Part of the reason why internal combustion engine cars are still a thing, dude, because, you know, a volume of gasoline inside of a tank has way more potential energy than a battery with electrical charge of the same volume. Now, don't get me wrong, electrical people, EV people, shut up. I know. That's changing very fast. I get it. Okay? Please. That's how it is right now. Doesn't mean it's going to be like that in the future. Believe me, I get it. I can hear the typing. Like, well, EJ, no, how did... Zip it! Zip it! Why he got to? Misha got to. Subtitle, zip it. I get it. Put the keyboard down. Put the keyboard down. Put it down. Dumb question then. If the energy density is much better, why hasn't the fuel cell tech been used more for EVs? Still the hydrogen storage problem? That's basically it, Megabytes, yeah. Put the cookie down now. DP control. No. I just need a picture of the RMS control panel. You know what? Let's do the book thing. I know not, you know, some of you guys might not know how to do this. There's a table of contents, and that tells you where everything is. It's right at the front. There's all your revisions. Here we go. $687. EVA, galley. Yeah, it tells you, even tells you how to use the kitchen. I bet you it tells you how to wipe your butt too. I'm serious. It's different than in space than how you would do it down here because microgravity. Vacuum cleaner. MPS, mechanical, OMS, ODS. You said 687? I mean, I was doing the whole nerd thing and checking the... yeah, thank you. Thank you, Waymill. Okay, let's take a look. It was at this moment that EJ realized he may have bitten off more than he could chew. So they have a rotational axis joystick for yaw, pitch, and roll, and then we have a translational controller as well. The translational controller should look like a square. It should look like a joystick that's square. That's the grapple fixture. Yeah, every time the arm grapples something, it could plug into it. There's provisions for it, so you could power a module even when you pull it out of the payload bay if it needs to be powered. I forget what the voltage on this system is. I think it's 20. Well, there you go. 28 volts. To maintain the arm's temperature within predetermined operating limits, an active system of 26 heaters on the arm consumes up to 525 watts of power at 28 volts DC. Yeah, you don't want the electric motors getting cold. Yeah, you don't want them getting cold. Hey, Yard! We don't need to worry about heaters. That's not a big deal. There's the cameras. There's 2 of them. There's one on the. There's basically one like if the RMS had a wristwatch, the wristwatch is a forward-facing camera, and then there's another one on the back of the elbow. The shuttle's CCTV system actually is super cool in its own right. There's 4 cameras inside of each corner of the payload bay, and they're all pivotable. You could turn them around and look around inside the payload bay, which is actually super cool. Yogils, how you doing? How is you and yours? Everything good? Yeah, I mean, there could be inverters passing. I don't know what the shuttle's master avionics is on. Like, I don't know what its power bus. I don't know what that is. Could be just 28 volts for the heaters. Yeah, see? Here, look. Starboard RMS. See what I'm talking about? This is where I figured out from this part of the operations manual that the shuttle has provisions for 2 robotic arms. Because you have provisions on here for starboard and port side remote manipulator systems. You can actually flip them back and forth. Yep, there's the striker bar. Our shuttle has that. I have the striker bars and the latching mechanism. I made the striker bars on mine out of antennas. See? See? And we just toggle collisions on this. You toggle the collision, and this thing can release. Right now, the arm won't move. It's locked in position because this Communicatron 16 is set to collide with those thermometers. Yep, locks the arm in place. Just like the real one. It works exactly the same way. See? I don't think it's 28 volt only. There could be an inverter for the arm's power needs, but I'm not 100% sure. There's the active passive latch. Well, that's an active latch with an actuator to open. The shuttle also had a passive latch that looks like this too, that doesn't open if a payload needs to stay static. Yep. There's your latch opens. Dude, that's hardcore. That's some pretty nutso engineering, considering everything here is milled billet aluminum, which is alright. Okay. Milled billet is redundant, but you get what I'm trying to say. There's your retention latch controller. So what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm looking at the logic behind how NASA did it, and I'm trying to see, like, where they have... Okay, so they have individual latch releases for their retention latches. I have one master control. I'm just trying to look at the parallels and see if we can learn something. Yep, starboard and port RMS. And then you can toggle power between each one. Blue Flare, that's my favorite thing about Cybertruck. 48 volt standard. Yeah, that's really freaking cool. And then they're using data cables for our wire harness. That's the revolutionary part. But to electrical engineers, how Cybertruck is wired is just as ridiculous as how it looks to us mere mortals. I think that's super cool. PDRS caution warning system. Let's just go down a little bit more. Okay, so you have pitch, yaw, and roll, and looks like you can select different joints here. Get out of the rabbit hole there already. Man, I just got back. I've been out of the rabbit hole for like 6 months. What do you want? Want me to go back to playing workers? I'll go play workers right now if you really want. Nova, Cybertruck has the simplest wire harness on a car in probably about 50 years. Yeah, it's ridiculously simple. It's one wire. One wire goes to the front, one wire goes to the back. For the lights and everything, one wire. Except when you go through a big puddle, Cybertruck doesn't work. Sawyer, I saw that video. I don't understand why people, Cybertruck goes through the water and it broke right after that. Implying that you can't hydrolock an internal combustion engine. Like, are people stupid? Like, yes. Like, oh, Cybertruck can't go through like 10 feet of water. What a piece of junk. Dude, I don't think there's not many cars out of the box nowadays that can do that. I'm just saying. I mean, call me a dick if you want, but... Yeah, but Elon said it would boat. I don't really understand. Wait a minute. Didn't he say that future versions might be able to do that, not ones that just came out of the box? Sawyer, I have it queued up. I haven't watched it yet. Find me an Amphicar. Nice. Love work as the resources, but this stuff is why you're here. Yep. Ah, see, I finally got to a part that I understand. This part's real easy to understand. Just saying. Yargles? Nice. Oh, dear.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, yo, Tech, what's up, man? I'm good, dude. Yeah, everything's A-okay. We're just tooling around with the shuttle here. I should probably pause this. It probably is a good idea to not leave that on. It's just been on for a little while. Okay, we moved into RCS here, so... Alright, I want to learn more about the raw output here, and what is this localized to. So from what I could tell here, these numbers can change depending on joint selection. Oh, man. Uh-oh. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just make sure I got this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, there's a manual backup put into this, so you can manually adjust each. Backup. There, okay, we have double redundant joint controllers. Fun fact: there's also an explosive built. There's an explosive bolt built into the arm, so if you bind it up and the backup system doesn't work, they can jettison the arm. It's in here somewhere. There's a release control here. Yep. Double redundant backup systems. Yeah, I mean, Hellfish, the crazy part about this is that NASA was figuring this stuff out before anybody knew what a CNC machine was. Dude, robotics in the 70s? That's unheard of. No one was doing that. Yep, there's your manual latch retention. Not surprised. Yeah, you closing the payload bay doors is pretty important. Yeah, you kind of have to do that. That's... I gotta read here for a second. I'll read aloud, don't worry. Oh, there's your range of movement. I actually think I already put this in. The range of movement is already in on some of these things. Yeah, no, it's not. Oh, it is. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely pre-programmed. Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you, past me. $145 to 2. Yep, already programmed. Yeah, so I copied this at some point. Sweet. Have you ever watched the Homemade Documentary channel on YouTube? Sometimes tech, yeah. Depends. Yeah, I see, in the jettison system. The jettison system is on the manipulator positioning mechanism. The MPM is basically this the system on board that can stow the arm. So I already have that programmed on a Cal controller because that's easy to program on a Cal controller. Re-enable. You can bring the arm into a stowed position. See? So the payload bay door can close. Because you got to remember, if you have a circular payload in here and the doors are closed, then the arm is actually angled in, so you got to be able to fit payload in here. I designed this so we could fit a 2.5 meter payload in this, and the arm won't foul on it. So the Rocco Max brand tanks, 2.5 meter tanks, are volume governance here for the payload bay. Basically what the real shuttle did. Yeah, see, the MPM. So if the jettison system is on the MPM, that means it's here, 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 and here. Or probably just a primary one here. Wasn't the shuttle originally developed to complement the Saturn V? No, it was developed to replace the Saturn V. There are 4 separation points on the port side and 1 at the shoulder. Starboard side has separation points at each of the 3 pedestals. Each of the separation points is individually actuated. Separation system is designed to cause a non-impulsive separation. Yep, it just breaks the shoulder. It dislocates it. Cool. Oh, it's called the guillotine switches. Nice. Yeah, all right. That's good. Interesting. Yeah, it is a pneumatically actuated guillotine. That's what it is. It just slices the arm off. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the trunnion for the payload. Sorry if this is a little bit boring. I gotta find the right part. On-orbit initialization. The procedure releases the MRLs and gets the arm out of the cradle to a pre-cradle configuration. This procedure may be performed several times during a flight, as the arm is usually powered down when not in use. RMS power switch is on panel 8L. Placing the RMS power switch to primary generates an RMS master alarm. This alarm is generated because the panel powers up faster than the MCIU, thereby causing the master alarm light and tone to enunciate before the MCIU can respond with the proper master alarm flag. Okay. This is a normal condition and will occur every time the RMS power switch is cycled off and back to primary. Damn flags. This procedure verifies in exacting detail that all the ARM hardware and the panel switches and functions are in good operating condition. Give me 1 second. The arm can perform 9 different types of operations. 1 or more may be done per flight. These operations are broken down and described below. Okay, unloading, loading operations, deploy operations, retrieve, deploy and retrieve operations, station building operations, RMSEVA ops, orbiter boom sensor sweeper operations, remote manipulator system power down, RMS deactivation, jettison, contingency procedure, operating modes, single joint modes. Operating the arm in single joint mode allows only one joint at a time to be driven. Single joint operations are very painstaking and time consuming, and so are only used when absolutely necessary. You got that right. That's the problem that I ran into. There's no software governing my robotic arm on my shuttle. So I had to do everything moving a single joint at a time, and boy, does that suck. It's nigh impossible to use. It's funny that I missed this part. When I originally built it, I missed that part completely. Probably should have read that better. Oh, man. It said it right there. It's awful to use. I'm sorry, that's funny to me. It sucks, man. It's really not fun. Uncradling and cradling must be done via a single joint mode, since the arm is in the soft stop region for 2 joints. Yep. Okay, sweet. Turns out when you copy NASA's arm design, you run into the same problems that they do. Well, at least I was on the right track. Damn. The single joint modes are single, which is a computer-supported mode, direct, which commands the joints via hardwired signals and uses an MNA primary power, and backup, which commands the joints via hardwired signals and uses an MNB backup power. Okay. Manual augmented modes. Manual augmented modes are computer-supported modes that use the RSS hand controllers to control the arm trajectories. These modes that fall into these categories are orbiter unloaded, orbiter loaded, and effector and payload modes. They are selected by the corresponding positions of the mode rotary switch on the panel. Alpha 8 uniform. ORB, UNL, ORB, LD, END, EFF, PL. Okay. Once again, I'll explain all this in a moment. If this is just numbers and letters, I got you. Just give me a second. I actually understand what some of this means. So if we go, actually, I'll explain some of it now. So we look at panel 8, right? These set the arm into different modes. I don't know what automatic 1, 2, 3, and 4 are, though. They were talking about manual mode here. I think that's where the kinematics is, if I'm understanding. But I don't know. It looks like you could pre-program the arm. You could run programs on it, so it'll do it automatically, if I'm looking at this correctly. But I would need to read under mode what auto does. I think. POHS. Wait. Where's the... Oh, payload deployment and retrieval system. Wait, what the hell is POHS? It missed something. I'm confused. There's the retention latches. Where's POHS? What the hell is that? Am I stupid? I might be. Joint position hold is used POHS. Orbiter unload. The orbiter unload mode uses the unloaded POR and defines the HC inputs to coincide with the desired arm trajectory as viewed out the aft window. For example, to translate the arm left as you're looking out the aft window towards the starboard side of the vehicle, the THC would be deflected to the left. Well, there's your frame of reference right there. The frame of reference is the aft end of the flight deck, so that means its reference frame is backwards to the shuttle's actual orientation, because the operator is facing towards the aft end of the shuttle, passing, I think. Oh, Slappy, did you see the one from RGV Aerial? So good, dude. Real good. What? POHS is not defined here. It's not defined anywhere up and down here unless I read too fast. That's the one. It's pretty good, right? Dude, I can't believe Starship survived that long entering engines first. Like, okay. Okay. S28 was a total Chad. For real, dude. For real. This is also good. You got something for me, Phil? You done some digging? Yeah. Yep. The manipulator control interface, display panel. Yeah, the aft flight deck RMS workstation. That is our orientation. So that's your reference frame, because the arm is facing in the same direction as the person controlling it when it's in the stowed position. That's actually that's super helpful. Honestly, like, I'm not even going to try writing code until I understand the logic governing this. That's why we went and did this. However, if you guys want me to re-enter the shuttle, we can read more about this later if you want. So, basically, I have control modes here. So, like, I can set single joint right here. Set single joint there, there, right? And there. You have six joints, right? So you have pitch and yaw on the shoulder. You have just pitch on the elbow. And then you have pitch, yaw, and roll on the wrist. Right, the pieces of the arm are defined like a human arm. So you have arm, forearm, wrist. And then you have wrist or hand. You have wrist joint, elbow, shoulder. Shoulder's there, elbow's there, wrist is there. It's literally, it's a copy of a human arm. So you reach into the payload bay and pull stuff out. Cool. Excellent. What about Baby Shark? What? All right, let's go back. Let's go back over here. Six joints, THC, Cheech and Chong. Yeah, they made the arm. Yep. Yeah, some of this is automatically programmed, from what I can tell. You can set configurations on the arm. If I had to guess, these different configurations adjust the servo power amplifiers to the right torque spec for the motors for what you're doing. Plain English way of explaining that, if I'm understanding it right, is if you, like, think about, you know, your arm. You're picking up something, right? You're picking up something that's 5 kilos, right? You know, you only need so much force to pick it up, right? You don't want to rip the thing up like that. But if you're picking up something that's 50 kilos, right? You try to do the same thing, you're going to hurt something, right? So it seems like there's different modes that set your servo power amplifiers to, and you have variable torque specs for each mode, if I'm understanding that right. Like I said, it's just think about picking up a weight, right? If you're picking up something heavier, you're going to need more force to do it. If you're moving that thing around, you're going to need more force than if you're just moving your hand around. That's what that's saying. Once again, the reason why I'm doing this and why I have the game kind of going in the background is because I want to make this work. I want to make my arm do that. Like I said, this is a little bit of a hardcore project and might not be the best project for just diving back into KSP, but I would really like to get this going. I'm looking at the KRPC side. How do you want to control the RMS? Do you want to have a program path predefined pre-launch or control it using the keyboard on orbit? Well, Waymill, if we think about this, dude, so on the actual shuttle, there's obviously the ability to pre-program, right? We can pre-program stuff if you really want to. See, here's the thing. How do I pre-program something? Like, think about this for a second. How do we pre-program it? How would we do that? We could mess with it. Oh. Windmill. So it's very clear that you can load pre-programmed events into the remote manipulator system, right? That's pretty obvious. I'm pretty sure we figured that one out. You can load up to 4 programs in memory, if I understand this right. You could animate it in Maya and export the keyframes using a script. See, this is why I wanted to understand this. This is very important to getting the ARM working correctly. I want this thing to be easy to use. So if in the future we're using the shuttle for a mission, like I could just grab something and we could like throw it into the payload bay and bring it back down, no problem. Yeah, like I'm just wondering how would we get our raw data, our raw positioning information without actually simulating the game. What we could do is mess with it in the SPH. That's what I used to do. I used to plan the mission in the SPH and then use CAL controllers to get the ARM where I needed it so we could like have pre-programmed stuff. In fact, that's what one of my CAL controllers here is for. It's actually, if you look at one of them, it's not really bound to anything. It's a programmable controller with nothing on it. So I could pre-program this. Like if I can't figure out how to do something, we could pause the mission, I could go down into the SPH, and we could come up with some raw data here, and then plug those numbers in. I kind of already have that system, but, you know, not everything on my shuttle is automated. I don't automate ascent, I don't automate descent, right? I could. I mean, could. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Does that mean we'll actually be doing missions in KSP again? Well, it depends on how good I get this thing, Yarg. If I can get the ARM to work, like if I can get it to work expediently and not have a Kraken ARM thing where it takes like 8 hours to get the stupid thing to move something like 2 meters, I'll think about it. I would like to just get back into engineering. That's what I like doing in Kerbal. We both got there, see last. Payload operations and handling system is the best thing I've found on the interwebs for your acronym. Oh, okay. Yeah, provide data from events in a CAL controller. So we could do pre-programmed stuff with a CAL controller. What I want is, in the manual here, what I really want to do is, out of all the operations modes that we have, operator commanded auto sequences. No. What mode are we talking about here? There's single joint, payload, orbiter, end effector, unload. Yeah. I mean, the auto stuff, like, okay, here's what I'm thinking, dudes. We don't need to worry about the auto stuff. I could do that with a Cal controller if we really need to. This stuff, the manual payload operations here. Here's the thing. We figure out a way to get this done. This, we could program it. We don't even need to mess with Cal controllers. Cal controllers would make this more complicated. If you can do this, you can do that. Right? So, Waymill, what I would really want, the really big thing here is to figure out the kinematics for governing the arm movement. That's what I'm kind of looking for here, but I'm not sure if we're actually going to get that in the orbiter manual. I'm using this to figure out UX and logic input. We could have, like, if we figure out how to do the manual control system, it's possible that we could write a script so we could use the manual control system when we're in the editor in the SPH and then come up with pre-programmed sequences from there. And if we really want to get handy, well, if we wanted to make it easy from there, what we could do is either A, plug it into a Cal controller, or B, write code to be able to program sequences in depending on the mission. The Cal controller would be the easy way out because I know how to do that. I don't know how to do that second part. I'm not smart enough to do that yet. Maybe soon. (2.21-22). Getting the controls working at all is more important. You can automate later. Bingo. The end effector mode allows the HC inputs. What's HC again? Hang on. The hand controller. Oh, okay. Thank you. It allows HC inputs to reflect motion desired when viewed through the end effector camera. The sense the operator has that he or she is sitting on the end of the effector. When the arm is aligned parallel to the longeron and the wrist joint angles are all 0. Hand controller inputs in end effector coincide with the orbiter unload. Yeah. So, yeah, this would be like using the arm when you right click and make your reference frame that. Ooh. Oh, shit. How would we do that? More importantly, how would we do that and be able to keep the orbiter on an even keel? Right now, I have the orbiter's master flight controls locked to retrograde, and I'm using the RCS to keep our wings down orientation to Kerbin. Oh, frick. Yeah, this is complicated. Very complicated. Crap. Okay. Yeah, Geeson, for some random reason, yeah. Okay. So my brain just went into overdrive there. There's a logic problem here. If we run into our reference, if we're trying to change the reference frame of the arm, I'm not sure there's a way in KSP. And actually, maybe if somebody here knows more about code, that, you know what? I don't see why there wouldn't be, but maybe KSP doesn't do it. I would need the orbiter to hold orientation and then change the reference frame localized on that docking port to this. But that could make the control systems a little bit difficult because I would need camera orientation basically locked to this thing. But how can we have camera orientation locked to this thing, right? Well, wait a minute. I'd love to be able to help out more, but I ain't done any real programming in many years. Plus food's here, so I'm going lurk mode. Be back in a bit. Alright. Enjoy your meal. That's tough, man. I'm sure it's possible, but I definitely know that I don't have the chops to be able to do this. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't want to write off this project as being too complicated. That's kind of lame, right? Like, start small and quit putting yourself down. Yeah. yeah. Yeah, all systems. I like I said, I understand the logic behind this stuff. I just can't write the code. I know what it's doing. Like, I can understand that, no problem. You know, it's Python glitched. I suppose as long as our control mechanism, like, think about this for a second. Like, we were talking about differential reference frames here. Like, we need a master reference frame for the orbiter, for the orbiter's guidance systems, right? We need a master frame for that reference, but we also need a localized reference frame here for the arm. That's basically would be the equivalent of hitting control from here, right? I don't want to do that because we're locked, so because we're sitting in orbit here. Now, I suppose the script could run in the background and we could have a localized reference frame here to the arm. I don't think that's an issue, but it would be controlling the damn thing. But that's a matter of camera perspective now, isn't it? Not necessarily a matter of code. Like, I don't need the nav ball. We don't need the nav ball to be facing in the right direction here. We don't need that. If the control system is working, it's working. And we could just rotate the camera. We can rotate our camera perspective around. As long as we can pick up the reference frame in the direction of the docking port somehow, I don't see how we wouldn't be able to. We should be fine. I want the joystick controls, Hellfish. We thinking about it, we figured that the manual controls would be good, because if you have manual controls, then you can do automation. But getting the manual controllers working is the big deal. That's the big part. I don't know if Bree necessarily knows this, Nova, but yeah, she's working right now anyway, so. Alright, I think I got a good idea doing this. Like, part of the reason why I launched the shuttle is because I wanted people to like getting up here and looking at the arm and being able to move it around and stuff is kind of what I wanted here. It helps put it into perspective. Also, the orbiter LD inputs in orbiter loaded mode are identical to the orbiter unload. However, POR is designed to be a point within the grappled payload. So think of the POR as an animation handle that you can adjust into the payload to make it move, make it more sense. To make moving it make more sense. Yeah, you're getting a little ahead of me, but yes, I get it. Yeah, this is a freaking rabbit hole. Man, this thing's complicated. See? This is what I'm talking about, man. This is why the shuttle is the best. All this stuff. All of this stuff. There's so much complication here for spacecraft design. This is ridiculous. Like, we wouldn't dare do something like this today. At least, maybe SpaceX would. This is so nuts right here. How this whole thing freaking works. Look at how complicated of a system it is. This is just the arm. And the point that I'm trying to make is, did you ever hear anything bad happening with the arm? Never, ever malfunctioned. Ever. Never had any problems with it. Like, for every one thing on the shuttle that went wrong, there was 1,000 other components on the vehicle working exactly as intended. And then think about, they launched this thing with people on board on the first try. Absolutely nuts. And it worked. It's crazy. There's so much good engineering here. It sucks that we don't use it. It's so stupid. Right, Helios? It's absolutely bananas, dude. All these are independent of the global reference. None of these care which way the orbiter is pointed, so just think of it as only existing in the realm of the payload bay. That's what I mean about localized reference frames, Uncle X. Yeah, that's what that means. Okay. No, it's all good. All right. I think I understand the scope of this, and yeah, it's pretty nuts. So, all right, we'll bring this bad boy down. Let's see if I can finish the mission. I just wanted to see it up here. Let's begin and manipulator positioning lockout. This right here is the equivalent of me hitting those 5 switches. What I just did in the game. Translational hand controller. Yeah, whatever. You know, you guys know where it is. All right. MPM disabled. Set it to the forward position. Okay, that's saved. This is RimWorld. Okay. Everything's locked out. Servo power amplifier, set it to the zeroed position. Cut power to the arm. Okay, power is isolated from the remote manipulator. Excellent. All right, it's saved. Cool. Okay, let's bring her back down. We're pretty much in the right spot here. Okay. Lights off in the payload bay. Retract the high gain antenna. High gain antenna retraction is good. Okay. All right, Windmill. At least you come back with some answers. Thanks, man. Yeah. I might need to farm this one out, dude. This is a tough project. I'm not sure I have the chops to do it. Okay, when I say I have the chops to do it, don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting myself. Give me enough time, I'll figure it out. No problem. But will I bore people to death before that happens? You know, gotta be careful with that. I don't want to get stuck in a mission mode like 8-month loop just to make the arm work. Okay, we could, but yeah, in the past that hasn't ended well. Okay, you're good for payload bay door close. PBDS closure activated. Reset reference frame for the cameras. Okay. Nice. Must yeah, thank you. Yeah, You don't have to worry about rotations. Yeah, you're dealing with straight translation with a printer head. Yep. Okay. Priming the orbiter maneuvering system. I have the input system figured out already. With that said, no clue about coding the kinematics. Well, Waymill, if you want to pursue this as a side project, go ahead and get her done. But yeah, I just have this thing about using other people's stuff in Kerbal. The thing is that if you code it, I don't understand how it works. And if I don't understand how it works, if something goes wrong, I can't troubleshoot it. And you're not always going to be here, you know what I mean? Got to be careful about doing stuff like that. That's part of the reason why I don't use other people's craft files. Why did it sound like something was bouncing around in the trunk? It's the orbiter maneuvering. Yeah, the activation for the OMS. Also, did you just swap sides randomly? Not randomly. I need to be over here for KSP, so I'm not covering up information over there. If I'm over here, you can't see. You can't see. This is fine. Other games, Yarg, being over here is more preferential, but for Kerbal, being here is better. I've always been over here for playing KSP. T-minus 30 seconds. We have about a 27-second burn, so we're gonna half the node, so we'll burn at T-minus 15. So 10 seconds until re-entry, or till re-entry burn, or deorbit burn, I should say. 5. You go for Operation 303. Deorbit burn is complete. Perfect. Okay, we're going to reorient the vehicle here for entry interface. In the meantime, we'll get our reentry UI up. Speed brake. Verify the speed brake actuator is working. Yep, she's good. Body flap. Body flap actuation is working. And then bring up the roll control actuator and the 2 pitch control actuator, or pitch control surfaces. We're not going to activate those right away, but we're going to need them in the future. It's better to have these windows keyed before you go and do something.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Flykin, 51 months. Thank you. Alright, we're just doing a little bit of a time warp. Set the camera to free. Okay. Moving the orbiter into entry attitude. Oh, yes, I was. Thank you. Yeah, you have to reset control point for flight control so the surfaces work correctly. And shutting down the ohms is probably a good idea. There we go. Okay, thank you. That's why I don't mind backseating, dude. Yeah, that would have sucked. We would have botched another entry. But I'm relearning how to fly my creation here. We're waiting for the sun. I have her open. Yep, yep. Yeah, just dusting off the cobwebs, man. This is Waiting for the Sun, Helios, by, it's off the RimWorld soundtrack. Let's check the trajectory. Yep, trajectory's good. Okay, switch our UI over to the rates so I can watch what the RCS and the controls are doing. Rate controller's up, we're good. Still looking for 1900 at the coast. 1900 at the coast, about 35 kilometers up is, yeah, what we're looking for. Alright, it's nice music. Trajectory is still looking good. My dad's been really busy flying. He got a promotion. Yeah, so he's the boss now at the place that he works. So he hasn't had much time to do that, and that's sucks. Yeah, he doesn't have much time to come down here, which, it is what it is. Yeah, no, he's regional manager at the company that he works at. It's pretty sweet. What does he do? Stuff with machine tools. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah. It's pretty cool. Something like that. Looks good. You've always wanted to run CNCs? Go and learn how to do it, man. You could walk into a machine shop, dude. I want to learn how to do this. Okay, we'll pay you to learn. Okay, cool. Thank you. Hey, Tholan, thank you for the raid. We have, yeah, a little bit of roll here on the rates. The roll rate is there from the differential mass of the robotic arm on one side. Okay. We can bring the nose down a little bit. Looking good? Thanks,
Discovery,
man.
go and throttle up.
Salut Varas. Can we stop confusing my brain with playing a 600-hour game while listening to a 1,500-hour game OST? Dude, is it bad if... Okay, you want to do something strange? I played RimWorld. I probably have like 200 to 300 hours in it, right? And I listened to the soundtrack so much that I stopped listening to the RimWorld soundtrack when I was playing RimWorld. You know, I have like 20,000 hours in KSP, and I stopped listening to the KSP soundtrack long ago. But I can listen to the RimWorld soundtrack all day when I'm playing KSP, and it's not a big deal. It's to the point where I've listened to the RimWorld soundtrack more than I've actually played RimWorld. Interestingly enough. So, yeah. It might confuse your brain. It doesn't confuse mine, man. Sorry. I apologize. My confusion outweighs your confusion. No. It's not a competition, right? But, yeah, it does mess with you. Now you need to play Rebel Galaxy. Can't. DMCA. What about StarCraft OST? StarCraft 2 OST would be good, but you know what would be really good? Hang on one second. Battle Cruiser Operation. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Shields up, weapons online. Looking good. We're a little lofted. Just a little bit. It's okay. Right speed though, and that's what matters. We can bleed off the rest with S turns. You're in luck. The RimWorld DLC. You're in luck for the RimWorld DLC because I think they're adding 6 new songs. Oh, it's out 6 new songs. Damn. Dude, I was playing it yesterday. I don't even play RimWorld, dude. And the and chat just I'm just like, oh, you guys know that. Oh, that's good. That's a Zerglin, Lester. Smaller type of Zerg, but I don't know. Oh, shoot. I love you, Sarge. $1,600, 34. Trajectory is still good. Okay, roll reversal right. See your last. I'm a little busy right now. Is that the RGV aerial 1W? It's pretty good. I've seen that. Well, it's about time. Anyway, were you streaming Rim yesterday? No, I played KSP, but with the RimWorld soundtrack. I played KSP and Workers, dude. I'm addicted to Workers, and... Dude, it's like I was just saying. I listened to the RimWorld soundtrack playing Kerbal more than I've listened to the RimWorld soundtrack playing RimWorld. And we were playing Workers, and people were getting sick of the soundtrack in Workers, so I flipped on RimWorld. And flipping on RimWorld, like, unlocked some core memory, because it made me want to play Kerbal. I don't know what the hell that's about. I'm not gonna question it. Like, if you asked me a week ago, like, you want to fly the shuttle? I would have been like, no. No, I'm good. I'm really into Workers right now. But all of a sudden, dude, I'm just like, core memory unlocked. Like that. You know, now I just want to play it. Okay, opening up the speed brake. Let's gradually bring in the control surfaces here. We're below 30. Control surfaces should be unlocked here. Okay, close up the speed brake. This is looking real good, dudes. You want a piece of me, boy? Jacked up, good to go. Rock and roll. How do I get out of this chicken outfit? SUV, good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Trajectory's still looking good. Now, here's the part where we fall like a brick. How strong are the reaction control system thrusters on the shuttle? Wouldn't it be equivalent to a large firework rocket being launched? Yes. How strong are they? There's double redundant thrusters pointed in every direction, Keen, but that works both ways. For maneuvers where you don't require as much thrust, you can shut off thrusters, and you can use 2 thrusters instead of 4 to, like, pitch up and down. There's double redundant, actually it's triple redundant on the back, double redundant on the front. Yeah, true story. Proceeding. Identify target. Move it. Absolutely. Order, sir? Dude. The sounds are just ingrained. If you're a StarCraft player, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just ingrained in my head. All right. Proceeding. And then my all-time favorite noise. Battle cruiser operational. Hailing frequencies open. Good day, Commander. Shields up, weapons online. Hey now. Come on back. Come on back now. Hold up. This is the critical part right here. Hey. Hey. Don't do that to me. There's low Z thrusters as well. They're verniers. Yep. Okay, circling around for heading alignment. We're in a little bit of a hard nosedive here, but it should be okay. Okay, circling around for heading alignment with runway 27. At this phase in the mission, somebody's piloting it. The commander would be piloting it, believe it or not. The commander would be piloting it, and the pilot would be calling the numbers. Yeah. The shuttle's commander is the pilot, believe it or not, and the pilot is the co-pilot. But I mean, I can't prove it for sure, but I'm pretty dang sure nobody wants to be called a shuttle co-pilot. So they called the commander instead of the pilot, right? And the co-pilot they just called pilot. Pretty sure. Did you mean first officer? What are you, a friggin' Google search? No, I didn't. You know what I meant. I may have bled off too much speed, dudes. It's gonna be close. A little worried, Yarg. I should keep the RCS on longer in the future. I might turn it on right now, which doesn't really... But it's not really what the shuttle did. It would have shut them off by now. What would the shuttle do if they needed more thrust at this point? They would have never gotten to this point, Synthetos. Nothing. There's nothing you can do. That's why I overshoot. The shuttle would always overshoot the launch site, because you can slow down, but you can't speed up. So get to the launch site, bleed off all the speed by doing circles around the launch site, and then land. The computers wouldn't allow you to get to this point, dude. Or at least it would give you some type of warning. So forget about it, cuh. Why not set the trim with the body flap? Body flap is for nose down movement. I could put it in the minus... I think it went to -7 in real life. We could do that. That'll help a little bit. But yeah, I gotta remember how to do this. Dust the cobwebs off, dudes. I didn't get my heading perfectly aligned with the runway because I was a little worried about maintaining velocity here. We should have this. Have you tried moving the runway to your desired position? No, this isn't a naval. This isn't a Navy vehicle. Okay, start the flare. Why does it gotta play the intense music when I go to do this? Ground altimeter is on. Okay, we're lined up. Gear coming. Gear down. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10, $10. Touchdown. $5. Touchdown. Okay, begin safing. Yaw controls are safed out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Body flap trim reset. Trim reset, body flap powered down. Control surface power down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Passing! Thanks, man. Roll. Control surface power down. Good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Passing gifted out 20. Thank you very much. Thanks, man. Okay. We're on the rollout. We're gonna dust it off first. Convoy 1, we'll stop on endurance. We'll stop. A little touch and go there for a second, but we did all right. Is the tail wing tilted? The tail wing. No. Everything looks fine to me. Hydrazine purge? Yep. I don't have the purge vents. They would be up here for the hydrazine. Actually, that would be for the hydrazine actuated HPU. Ohms pods would have already been dumped by now, except for the RCS. Pretty good, right? What a bamf. So yeah, I don't know, dudes. It might be better to maybe not go down that RMS rabbit hole now that I'm looking at it. I thought it would be a little bit easier, but yeah, who knows. Time to bring out the welcome wagon. I do believe that good manners dictate that we should bring out the welcome wagon. Two questions. Did the shuttle really do a 180 or to turn to the runway? Would the astronauts be stuck inside until they could safe the outside of the shuttle like Crew Dragon has to? Yes and yes. Mm-hmm. The shuttle had a purging convoy attached to it. Or not attached to it. I'll show you. The Remarkable Flying Machine has what we're talking about. Actually, hold on. Let's do this one. It's at the very end here. You know what? We'll watch that for a second. Hold up. It's time for space news anyway. Let's go. Watch.
Real good underneath. Everything looks real good.
Chase reports no tile or other damage is evident underneath the shuttle.
Yeah, all systems are now.
Columbia's altitude is now just over 5,000 feet.
Yeah, that T-38 is flying Chase. It's flying underneath the shuttle.
Pretty clear.
Oh boy.
Without power,
Oh.
Columbia must land.
All right, hold on. Let me just back that up real quick. Look at this approach. Anybody here fly or know about flying? Look at this approach. You saw me just nosedive the runway. That's what the real one did. Look. Watch the runway. Ugh.
Pretty clear.
That's still... I don't like that.
Without power, Columbia must land. It cannot make another attempt.
Yeah, it does, Element. Yep.
They're coming. You're down. Feet. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, touchdown.
Greased.
Here, 5, 4, 3, touchdown. Talk about skipper.
Houston, Columbia's on the rollout.
Houston, Columbia's on the rollout.
15,000
Welcome
feet,
home,
look at
Columbia.
him.
Beautiful, beautiful.
You want us to take it up in the hangar, Joe?
We're gonna dust it off first.
Convoy's on its way.
This is the world's greatest all-electric flying machine, I'll tell you that. It was super.
What an ace piece of machinery. It's too good. I'm sorry, I don't give a frick what anybody says. That thing's awesome.
Okay, convoy's on its way.
Convoy on. We'll stop on the Columbia. We'll stop.
Was there ever a discussion about how accurate the early simulators were before this flight? Simulators? Simulators? No. There's maybe some CFD simulation, but nothing like a simulator.
The maiden voyage
There's your safing team flanking, by the way.
of Columbia has been a success. The astronauts and the vehicle have met or exceeded all
Hydrazine purging team.
144 flight test objectives. The integrity
Didn't the shuttle have a parachute deploy after touchdown? That was retrofitted later in the program, Daytal. Because the shuttle didn't need it. It can land without the parachute. They put the parachute on there because you were cooking the brakes. Yeah. Think about how big this thing is and think about the landing gear. This is like a 747 with 737 landing gear. Or 747 with 737 brakes, I should say. Right? They were cooking the brakes. They didn't change it. Dude, can you imagine how much imagine how much of a pain in the butt changing a brake pad on this thing is? As opposed to repacking a chute. That's why they added the chute, to lessen brake wear over time so they wouldn't have to replace the brakes as much.
of all the systems. Propulsion, avionics.
How did you learn to do an approach test like that without any test or simulations? Oh. Well, Flykin, there's your hydrazine purging team. Here. I'll show you.
Dynamic fairing was installed on the tail of the shuttle to smooth the airflow around the vertical fin of the 747. Eventually, however, NASA tested the space shuttle without the tail fairing in order to assess its performance in the configuration it will have when returning from Earth orbit.
How did they test to make sure that they could land this thing? Watch. Yeet one off the back of a 747, which is exactly what they did. I shook the guy's hand that was piloting that thing, King. It's Fred Hayes from Apollo 13 and Gordon Fullerton. I've never met that guy though. There you go.
The test demonstrated that the shuttle has acceptable landing performance. Another milestone in the Space Shuttle development program.
Before you ask, Enterprise was fitted with ejector seats during this, just in case. Yeah, that's how. This is the voice you gotta use with NSF. Oh, man, that sketch. They tested it with the fairing boat tail first, Nightwalker, and then they did 5 approach and landing tests. 2 of them had the tail cone, or the fairing, or the shuttle boat tail is what it's called. 2 of them had the boat tail on it. 3 of them had no boat tail. Like, they had mock-ups of the RS-25s and a mass simulator out back. They flew it first with the tail cone fairing because they weren't... It's not that they weren't sure how it was going to fly. They knew it wasn't going to fly very well. That's by design. But this just makes it a little bit easier the first time. Think of it like an iterative step. Now, King, you were talking about the shuttle trainer aircraft. The shuttle trainer aircraft was a modified Gulfstream that was retrofitted with a shuttle flight deck to train astronauts on how to fly. Right? Now, personally, I think it would have been probably a cooler idea just to take Enterprise and the shuttle carrier aircraft and just do this to train astronauts. But they use the Gulfstream. But you can't use the Gulfstream to mimic how the shuttle flies if you don't know how the shuttle flies. So you had to do this first. Personally, I think, why would you even need a Gulfstream to do this? You already have the system in place to make... But, whatever. Very nice. So, that's Enterprise, the atmospheric flight test article from the shuttle program. That's what they used Enterprise for. Enterprise is still around today. It's at the Intrepid Sea and Space Museum in New York City. Oh, yeah. Link the video about it above. Cool, cool. Because the Gulfstream that you can turn the reversers off and fly safely is far better than gliding a crew for training safely. I guess. But you already have this system. And cheaper? But the training that you get from doing that would be a little bit more useful than a Gulfstream, I suppose. Should have used the DC-3, missed opportunity. Yeah, if Max Vazet had his way, he would have built Dream Chaser instead of the Space Shuttle. But anyway, yeah, that's Kerbal for now. I think the RMS might be a little bit too complicated for right now with KSP, so I do have another idea. And maybe we'll do that other idea a little later in the week for how this is all going to work. But just because I always want to, let's put on that documentary or the end of that documentary, and then we'll use that to get into the space news mood here. Let me X out of Kerbal. Let's watch the end of that documentary. What's the idea? A good one? Okay. Let's just get out of KSP here. And then I'm going to take 5 here. I'm going to go take a leak real quick if you really want to know. You didn't ask, but I told you anyway. What? You found the SpaceX elevator music, Nova? Cool. You mean a Stalin? Yeah, well, yeah. So we're going to do space news for a couple hours, and then we'll get into workers and resources. Guys, this is going to be a long stream because, and we'll talk more about it in a second, we have an Electron launch at 2:30 a.m. Thursday morning. So, I mean, that's Thursday morning at 2:30 is Wednesday night for us. You know what I mean? I didn't ask, but I respect it, cuh. I said forget about it, G. All right, anyway. Here. Watch this. I will be right back. Actually, let me splash screen here real quick.